Hello, hello, everybody. Welcome back to Mad Lads Live, the new Nugget Mafia. Woo lad, we have returned. We're so back. We're so back. Although, hold on, I can't. There we go. Move my camera for a second. Yeah, we are back. We are live. And I'm trying to get a gauge of where we were at because it's been a couple of days. For my audio was good, 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 good. Okay. Yeah, so we are here, the new Nugget Mafia, and I think this run around is when we're gonna start finally getting production going. Because again, this isn't supposed to be a super heavy combat playthrough. Like we are doing, getting base defenses set up for the sake of protecting ourselves against raids and stuff like that. But I talked about it a little bit last night. The main purpose of this here, playthrough. This is more of an economic playthrough, a lot more of that jive. So the end goal for this playthrough being to get to 10 million cats via economic means, buying and selling and all of that. That's the end goal for the Nugget Mafia. What happened to the old Nugget Mafia? The playthrough got 2 episodes in, and then John and I were unable to continue it for a handful of reasons, unfortunately. Hey, stream, how are you? I hope you guys enjoyed the new chat too. I switched out the chat and all that stuff. I had to do some preparations because next week I'm going to begin dual streaming, so I'm going to be streaming to both YouTube and Twitch. So the new chat overlay is in preparation for that. And yes, John, like rotting John. So we need to get cactuses. That's the first thing we need to be getting. So right now where's farming at? I believe we don't have the stuff for farming quite yet. We can do hemp, which doesn't grow super well here. But I want to do hemp with hydroponics specifically because obviously we're in UC territory. They don't usually care, and we can bribe our way out of it. But I'd rather have the hemp based inside of inside of a building. Stream, meet my other chat mod. This is Logic. I don't think the two of you have been acquainted yet. This is one of my other chat mods. Okay, so yeah, we need to get all of our buildings up and running. Is everyone doing things? Yeah. How much space do we have? If I recall, the main issue that we have right now. Oh, I remember now. We just delimbed Crumble John, is what it was. You should create a shit list for the Don. Maybe he could be a random character like Griffin or some guy in the hub just for some extra goals. I agree. I have to think about who I want it to be. Who we want to have like a problem with. It could be some random character. Probably, I think someone in the Holy Nation would probably fit best, just for the sake of like sake of the story and whatnot, for like roleplay reasons, is having the someone in the Holy Nation be trying to crack down on the whole thing. Birdman, hey, how are you? Welcome. We're here with the Nuggets. I hope you guys are enjoying the aspect ratio again. Only a couple streams in since I switched to new monitor. It's interesting how my performance on Kenshi, like my FPS, has oddly enough gotten better despite upgrading my monitor from a 2560 by 1080 to a 2560 by 1440 because I stopped bottlenecking my CPU. So my performance and frame rates are actually steadier now than they were when I was running when I was running ultra wide like HD. Now that I'm running 2K, it's actually more stable, which is ridiculous. Red, how are you? Welcome. All right, so we're gonna head over. What do we need for the research of cactus? We have the cactuses. I'm pretty sure we need wheat straw is what it is. Cactus farming. I'm sorry, what? Oh, there it is. Okay. We need wheat straw farming, and to get wheat straw, we need 2 wheat straw. So I have to run actually back to Stoke because I need to get some wheat straw. Welcome, everybody. I got a question about a particularly unique character, Red. Is it possible to recruit her after you have more than 5 people and 1,000 cats? I don't actually think so. I think there might be some restrictions on that prevent you from recruiting her after you reach a certain amount. Things like that are admittedly better suited for like Frankie. I'm not as well versed in like those areas, but I'm pretty sure with with that particular unit character, you have to have like a low number of characters in your party. It could, yeah, I think you could circumvent it by putting them in a different squad. I think that would circumvent. Okay. Yeah, you can create a new squad of characters, put one person in the squad, and then speak to Red. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, because the game doesn't know how to differ. It's the same reason that when like you're only when you have it set to feed people in your party, like your AI is set to feed people in your to share food, it'll only share food with people that are in the squad, not like in the faction as a whole. So you have to keep your food banks in the same squad that you're traveling, otherwise they won't eat out of it, even if they're all traveling together and near each other. Because it basically counts squads as it's like a whole separate entity. So. Oh yes. Another now that I have the better monitor too. Actually, this is something I really have been excited to show you guys. So I was talking about it the other day on stream. Who are you guys? Traders Guild? We'll avoid you. I was talking about it the other day on stream. But I created a my reshade. Oy vey, oy vey, oy vey. We're still loading into the game. I created my reshade and posted it on the Nexus, and I kind of wanted to give everyone another like look-see now that we have the better resolution, like what the game looks like with and without it. So this is with the reshade, the Mad Lads reshade, the official reshade of us. This is with the reshade. This is without. I mean, look at that difference. Without, with. It's gorgeous, truly gorgeous. Everything looks so crisp, so good. So, Reshade is available for public download finally. It's on the Nexus. Good stuff. It is available. Don Tony McChicken here, sprinting at the speed of light, 40 miles an hour. Guy's a madman. A mad lad, one might say. I think I'm well beyond one backpack and 100,000 cats. Good. Good. I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, it's very performance friendly. And then if you use it in conjunction with my mod list that has a ton of mods that help with, some of the back end issues on Kenshi, like some of the loading issues, particle effects, the size of particle effects, it converts them from like PNGs to DDS files and all that stuff to help improve performance. What? There we go. Pay 3,000 fucking cats just so they'll leave me alone. That's what we do, though. We're the Don. We grease palms. I can't get mad about it. That's what we do. My load order, in conjunction with my reshade, unironically will actually give you an increase in performance, rather than a decrease, which is fun. Is Don Tony McChicken highway legal, or do you think he'll crash him like like the car in vain? Yes. Ask Stream. He crashed more than I did. I'll have you know. He crashed way more than I did. No, listen, if you don't like the depth of field too, here's the thing. Listen, if you don't like the depth of field, easy one click button, turn it off. I have it hotkeyed. Hit P, depth of field turns off. You don't like the blurring, turn it right off. It's one button, turns it off. I had it hotkeyed because I know that depth of field, that blurred distance isn't for everybody. So one button, and you can turn it right off. I tried to make it as friendly and accessible to everybody. So it's one button to turn off the reshade, one button to turn off depth of field, all of that stuff. And then, actually, just because I'm here, I'm going to do my, my customary hangout until the Western Hive starts a fight with somebody, and then I'm going to raid the Western Hive, because I think that's like half of what we do here. That's like half of what the mob does. We take advantage of these situations. Is there a Western Hive caravan headed this way? There's probably one headed this way. There's usually one headed the way. Those are slave hunters. Who are you? Samurai. If I recall, the Western Hive usually comes from over this way. So it doesn't look like there's any in the immediate area. Manhunters, although I think the UC here is actually at war with the Manhunters. I could be wrong on that. Yeah. Stoat will inevitably, if you hang out in Stout long enough, it will eventually devolve into chaos. Just by nature of the sheer number of NPCs that I have in the town. Someone will piss somebody off. Too many factions. Too many chiefs. Not enough Indians. As the saying goes. means something completely different, but it's a saying that made me think made me think of this. So it doesn't mean the same thing at all, but that's fine. Is it worth getting to 100 on some stats? I mean, yeah, absolutely. It's worth getting to 100 on every stat. Um, you know, yeah, I would say it's worth getting to 100 on every stat. Every stat has their uses. So if you're going for an assassin, then 100 in assassin is important. Dragon, how you doing? We're playing the Nugget Mafia right now. I'm hanging out in Stout for just a minute to see if another Western Hive caravan shows up. But if they don't, then I'm gonna head back. I had to get wheat straw so I can so I can research wheat straw farming, so I can research cactus farming, so we can get the restaurant business started. Because before we start producing the drugs, I want to start production of food first. That way we can get a stable, we can build up our position as reputable businessmen, and then we can transition into dealing drugs out the back, with again the end goal of building an empire that gets us 10 million cats. The camp this particular campaign will end when we hit 10 million cats. What's the benefit of 100 science? I feel like the stat becomes less useful the older the game file gets. I disagree. Science has a lot of benefits outside of research. A lot of people think it's just research, but it's not. It also helps with the production of things like electronics, like electrical components, and one that a lot of people don't realize: the your skeleton repair kits will actually last longer if you have higher science. So, for instance, in my dwarf playthrough, the king of the dwarves, King Vishu, has been carrying the same uh, skeleton repair kit for I think almost 10 episodes now, and it's not even halfway down. One skeleton repair kit suddenly lasts you like forever. I mean, I can repair all five of my golems from almost death, and probably use 3 of the 300 charges on it. Like, science will make your skeleton repair kits last significantly longer if you get it to 100. Significantly longer. I don't think there's going to be a combat situation here right now. I was hoping it would, but no. Science is also increased by making hashish, indeed. Hey, here, I've been thinking about some lore. Do you know the First Empire culture? I think I like Japanese, hence the Second Empire's remnants, where the UC, Holy Nation, and Shek originated from Kenshi. I think it's hard to determine what their culture was, to be honest with you. I wish that we had more information on it, but I think it's going to be difficult to determine what their culture looked like. The one thing we can say for certain is that they were heavily industrialized, and they were outnumbered by skeletons. Their skeleton workforce significantly outnumbered them. Um, so, like, other than that, we don't really have a ton. Like, they were outnumbered by their skeletons. They were heavily industrialized, and based on the visual representation that we get on them from like the skyscraper ruins and stuff like that, like, I always pictured them as, this is going to be a wild thing to say, but I always pictured them in the same way that I pictured like Coruscant and stuff like that um from like Star Wars, or stuff like that. Like, just the really high, because some of those skyscrapers looked like they were residential and stuff like that. They looked like they were like buildings that people were living in. They had a similar style that I would imagine to that of the humans from Star Wars that had colonized and built up the layers around Coruscant. So, um, I also, knowing that they weren't a heavily militarized society, and that they were more based around industry, if we take that into account, and we, can theorize that they were probably either a mining colony or a colony that came here, they just weren't a very militarized society, then their industry must have been more suited towards economic means, which means either they were planning on sending materials back to a larger empire, which I doubt, because that would imply that the empire is like traversable, and I don't think that it's that kind of space age technology where like you can zip from one galaxy to another, or one planet to another. Instead, I think that they had a really high functioning economy betwixt themselves. So, um, how old are the giants like Stobe? Do they match Kenshi 2's timeline? I mean, the behemoths they're probably like First Empire. They predate the fall of the First Empire. All the skeletons, they all predate the fall of the First Empire. So they would match Kenshi 2's timeline. All the behemoths are dead by Kenshi 2's timeline. They'll have been dead for a long time. They'll have been dead for a long time. So that is the situation with that. All right, how are we doing here? I need to go get research running on wheat straw. We'll get 2 wheat straw in there. I need to do wheat straw farming, and then I had 2 cactus in there. Did I accidentally fucking spend it when I tried to do the research? I bought a bunch of cactus though, so I should have some. Unless I stored it somewhere, which is possible. Did I put it in the container over here? I think I did. Yeah, alright. Take 2 cactus out, put those in there. Drop two cacti in here. And then we're gonna do cactus research as well. And rum brewing. Yeah, what is rum? Water and cactus. So we'll get rum distillation going. And also very popular, yeah. And we'll do sake distillation too. But we need to work on cooking because again, I want to get the restaurant up and running before I really start diving into the hashish side of things, especially since the hashish stuff is going to be indoors and I need hydroponics. So, yeah, Kenshi 3 published in 2052. 2052 is generous if we ever got a Kenshi 3. I don't think we will though. Truth be told, I think that Kenshi 2 will be the last Kenshi, and then I think that Lo-Fi will move on to a new project in full transparency. I think what's going to happen is we're going to get Kenshi 2, and then after Kenshi 2, we're going to get a Kenshi 1 remodel, and then I think Lo-Fi is going to move on to a different project. I don't think they're gonna stay in anything beyond that. Yeah, I think Kenshi 2, Kenshi remastered, and then that's it. Kenshi 3 is going to be a hard no, hard pass. Which is weird because even though Kenshi 2 is not going to happen, I mean Kenshi 3 is not going to happen. Don't listen to what I said. Don't listen to what I said. Kenshi 2 is happening. Kenshi 3 is probably not going to happen. We'll still get it before Elder Scrolls 6, even though it doesn't happen. Isn't that weird? Isn't that fucking wild? Isn't that absolutely insane? How's Crumble John's recovery doing? He's doing good. He's doing good. Crumble John and Shrike became our first official Nuggets. We nuggetized them in the last last episode. We ended the last episode with chopping off the limbs of Crumble John. All right, get wheat straw farming, which I don't actually care about, and then we'll go from there. And yeah, no, Valkus is correct. Kenshi is the moon. Kenshi is a tidally locked moon. Triangle Bandit Assault. Do I have shoot first, ask questions later on? I don't. Let's turn that on. Get the 3 of you. I have no interest in what you say. Let's shoot it. They missed. Ain't gonna miss this time. They're all in a bunch. Just start firing away. Yeah. Fire away. Our turrets here are going to make things a hell of a lot easier. Once we upgrade to, later on, to multi-barreled harpoon turret. Hey, don't attack my walls, you bastards. That's so messed up. Do you see that shit? They're attacking my walls. Ain't cool. Just send Bugs Jones after you. Bugs the Smiler Jones after you. I thought the joke was GTA 6. Didn't know about the others. Yeah, Elder Scrolls 6 has kind of become a running gag, too, because, what is it? Elder Scrolls 5 came out in 2011, and we're going to get Elder Scrolls 6 at, like, fucking 2028, 2029 at the earliest, and even that's kind of hopium. It shouldn't take, you know, it shouldn't take damn near 20 years to produce a game, but it's fine. To produce another game, but it's fine. Don't worry about it. They do that when the gate is opening because it's no longer a valid target. They can't pass through yet. That makes sense. That makes sense. That makes sense. How do you guys feel about the new chat? Should be clear. Like I said, I set up the new chat in preparation for next week when I start dual streaming to Twitch as well. I had to change the chat mod that I was using. Not chat mod, the chat overlay, the widget that I was using. So how do you guys feel about it? How's it look? Is it too cumbersome? Should I make it smaller? How do we feel about it? Close this and then we'll repair it. Have you ever played Caves of Quid? Closest Kenshi game, Kenshi-esque game I've played thus far. Very bad at it though. I mean, that's That's basically me and Kenshi. It's really funny because like I play a lot of Kenshi, and I would consider myself okay at Kenshi, but I'm actually really not that good at Kenshi. When you compare me to a lot of other people, I'm kind of shit. I couldn't pull off half the shit that I see some YouTubers pull off playing Kenshi. Your inventory is filled with crap. That's why. I couldn't pull off half the crap that they do. Like Frankie, dude. Frankie would wreck me in Kenshi all day, every day. You know, so good. I'm glad the chat looks good. It'll look. I had to switch over to a different widget because the chat. What is it? This particular widget will let me combine the chats of Twitch and YouTube, whereas the other one would not. So I had to switch over in preparation for that. I don't know, man. I don't know about knowledge versus mechanical skill because I would say that like, don't get me wrong. Frankie's got a lot of knowledge, but he's also got some serious mechanical skill. My dude knows what he's doing. Like, I just, to a degree, I would say that it's a little bit of both, and Frankie's got me beat on both. he's got me beat on both for sure. We're gonna send all of you over here, except you, Tiny. You're gonna go in here because you are a non-combatant. And we're gonna get combat going, and then this actually works out well for us because we can get a couple of these ninjas and forcibly recruit them as well. I love recruiting the ninjas. I'm always down for recruiting more ninjas. And we can make them our bitches and make them work on the fields to start getting our cactus production rolling for our restaurant for Zeep's Delights, our restaurant. Damn, Chad got messed up. Clem, how are you? Welcome. Who do we have? Are there any Jonine in this group, or are we just rock it? You know, they just rock it up with random ninjas. I think they're just rocking up with random ninjas. A little unfortunate, but that's fine. We'll heal up Chad, the ham bone Facchetti. What character skills would you consider to be ready for the Ashlands? 60s or 80s? 80s, obviously. 80s for days. 80s for days. Cosmic, thank you for the super chat, that $2. Hopefully that shows up correctly. That's another thing that I was trying to fix, is getting the super chats to show up correctly, because in previous iterations of the chat, super chats and gifted memberships and all that stuff were not showing up correctly. They were just showing up as like blank names, which was really frustrating. So hopefully that is fixed now too. Ooh, lad. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. 90s in good gear for solo at least. I'd say you can run in there with 80s if you've got numbers. Like if you've got a solid squad of 25, 30 people in the 80s, I'd say that you can probably manage it. But obviously the higher the better. I mean it's end game for a reason, you know. It also depends on what like mods you're running and that kind of, like you can run in there with a solo martial artist with stats in the 90s and just shred, because you got if you're in vanilla, because there's only one attack slot, right? Whereas if you're running 5 attack slots like I am, I wouldn't recommend doing that. I wouldn't go in there with anything less than 50 people. And even that's up in the air. Shrike, I'm gonna make you rescue as well. We need a couple of people on rescue. Burn you as well. Nice. Alright, we're going to take a couple of these guys and we're going to forcibly recruit them, these ninjas here. It looks like most of them are just basic ninjas. So I'm going to find a couple that I can recruit via unscrupulous means of forcing them. And we're gonna go there. I need people to work the fields for my my cactus, my cactus farm. Do they have any Hiver drones in here I can recruit? I'm trying to lean towards the drones first, and then Greenlanders second for the fields, just for the sake of easier leveling. But I'll take what I can get. That one's dead. They're dead. Very much dead. You're dying, but we can probably heal you up. You don't have a first aid kit. All right. Jesus Christ, man, we're ripping through them now. It's funny how quickly we kind of got our bearings straight. If you're Frankie, you just run in and kill Catalan as soon as the game starts. Literally, I mean, the dude did he just recently put out a VOD of him doing a solo Fogman drone run. The weakest race in the game, and I think he beat he beat Asada, Igor, the Holy Phoenix, and the Bugmaster in like I think it was 4 hours. As the weakest hiver in the game, which is a Fogman hiver drone. Dude's an absolute unit. That's why when what is it when the Kenshi 2 not the Kenshi when the Kenshi multiplayer mod comes out that they're working on, because it is being worked on. Me, Pato, Muffin Top, and Frankie were all talking about doing a run where it's me, Pato, and Muffin. We have 4 hours to prepare, and we all try and build up an army that can beat Frankie, and then Frankie's running solo. And I still, in genuine like total honesty, think the three of us working together and having 4 hours to build an army to fight Frankie, we'd still lose. I still think we'd lose. Wholeheartedly, I think we'd lose. I think he would wipe the floor with us. I think he would wipe the floor with us. I don't even think it'd be close, too. That's the other thing. I don't even think like we'd put up a good fight. I think we would intend to put up a good fight, but I don't think it'd be close. I think we'd get absolutely wrecked. A Frankie manhunt? Well, so I think that's the general premise originally, is like we start out as like a Frankie manhunt, but I think it very quickly would be how long can we survive an onslaught from fucking like from Frankie? Like I think it would very quickly devolve into how long can we survive against Frankie. Yeah, dude's a monster. Really good at what he does. Really good at what he does. So, it's again, I wouldn't consider myself like bad at Kenshi, but I am by no means good. I can tell you that much. There's just only so much that a man like me can do, and there are many people that do it way better than I do. We're gonna repair you. Got a couple of hybrid drones here that we can take. It's funny how we're picking up a lot of Southern hivers. A lot of Southern hivers. This multiplayer mod is intended to play with friends, right? Not some massive stuff like 50 players in the same map. So it's server-based, and we don't know what the full restrictions are on it yet. They've only released footage from version like 0.3. Like it's very early still. So we don't really know what the restrictions are. I imagine, just given what it is, that it's meant for like 1, 2, maybe 3 or 4 people. I think that if you try to shove too many people in there, it would have some issues, just because of what Kenshi is. But even 1 or 2 people would be phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. Also, what game are you talking about for multiplayer? Kenshi, man. Dragon. They're doing a Kenshi multiplayer mod. It's being worked on actively, and it's like in development. It's like really close, actually. Well, not really close is not true. They've been releasing footage. They just dropped a new update the other day. They just dropped an update the other day. It's not out yet. It's still in development, but like it is actively being worked on. Progress is being made, and based on what we've seen, it's making like leaps and it's already functional. You can get 2 people in the game. The equipment is all synchronized, drops are synchronized, units and enemies are synchronized. I don't know what they're working on still in the back end, but it's getting close. It's getting really close. Getting really, really close. All right, we are going to head back in here. I want to keep a close eye on these guys because we need to start recruiting them for. Yeah. Okay. So you're up and awake. Loot weapons off of you. Yeah. We just need to wait a little bit for them to want to chat with us. You're crappled, so there's that. But once they're awake, we can chat with them and then forcibly convert them over to our side. In which case, we will be using them for farming. Now we're able to get our cactus farm set up. So there's a couple of buildings that I want to place down and get those in position. Where? A couple of buildings that I want to drop down. Storm house, not the big one. Normal storm house. I don't have one of those yet, do I? No. All right. I just want to make sure I'm not repeating too many of the same buildings. Okay, so let's. The mod from Rokeshi, I believe. I'm not totally. Oh, you know what we need to do? We need to put the foundation down first. That's what we need before we do anything else. Foundation. We need to drop you right there. Yes, she looks pretty now. it's not floating anymore, because Lord knows I hate when buildings are floating. Okay, so we're going to drop down 2 station houses, not station houses, stack houses, no, storm houses. That's the one I want. We're going to put down 2 storm houses right here. And they're going to be the buildings where the hashish is grown. But these buildings are going to be in the back of the base because, again, it's going to be done with hydroponics, and I want them to be kind of separated. I don't want them to be super close to the front. I want them kind of separated out, doing their own thing, kind of out of the way. I need to raise you up just a little bit. Maybe I should raise you up a bit more so you're not. Then I can just extend the foundation if I have to. Because that is partially in the wall, and I'd like to avoid it if I can. Maybe we'll do a stack house instead. Multi-layered. Multi-floored. Yeah. It looks like the collision on this one's going to cause a problem with placing, which is annoying. What do we put here? No. Not the step house, because they drive me nuts. The collision boxes on the step houses are really, really bad. I would recommend only hiring hive workers or Greenlanders if you're going to use them as slave labor. No, I agree. It's going to be hive worker drones and Greenlanders. That's why I passed up on all the Shek corpses that were there and the all that stuff. I'm looking for individuals that are going to be beneficial to what we're trying to do. I'm looking for a building right now that I want to use for producing hashish. And granted, we have a little bit of time before that's a thing, but we'll just go with the box step house. I mean, just go full tilt on it, Might be good. It kind of... shit, it does look kind of cool, though. Raise it up, make it level with... actually drop it down, make it a little bit lower. It does look kind of cool. How does it look from, like, the side and stuff? Hashish and food, everything a citizen in the UC in the United Empire needs. That's all we require. I'm finally figuring out pathfinding. It can be tricky. It can, in fact, be tricky. Maybe we should put our hashish production somewhere over here instead, where it's kind of out of the way, but not out of the way. Like, it's away from the front gate, though. And we'll drop it down and just really get it, like, into the ground. Yeah, that could be good. Drop it down. Drop it like it's ha. Then it's kind of hidden away in the back, right? Like, no one's going to see it. And, you come into the base and it's like, oh, look, they're a cactus farm. This is where they're farming cacti and everything's great. And then you come over here and it's like, oh, no, this is where the drugs are being made. Is it racist that I actively refuse to have hive soldiers in my playthrough? Just seem like discount Shek to me. Go big or go home, I say. Hammerhead-looking gooners. I don't think it was racist until you called them hammerhead-looking gooners. Oh, shit. Do I have enough money to pay this? I don't know if I have enough money to pay this. Eesh. Please be 3,000. Please be 3,000. Please be 3,000. I'm not a oh, yeah, okay. All right. So they'll be back for us later then. 4,000 cats. Got it. How long do I have? 4 days. Okay, thank God. They will be back. It will be 4,000 cats. Their numbers change. Sometimes it's 3,000, sometimes it's 4,000, sometimes it's 6,000. Calls people gooners like Shek. He's got a point, though. Got a point, He's got a point, Okay. I like the hive soldiers, to be honest with you. I think that you can make them very versatile and you can give them, like, really interesting looks just by, like, changing the shape of their face. And that kind of stuff. I think they're really cool. And then obviously we've all seen what I do with the hive princes. I make them look like fucking Kaminoans from Star Wars. So I don't really have much to say on that, but oh yeah, man, we're doing pretty good. All right, let's get cactus production up and running. I just need, hopefully we have 10 cactuses left in order to make our first cactus farm. We get nice, good amounts of cactus production going on. I want to make it organized in terms of like where everything is positioned too. Like I want it to look clean. We all know how I am about the aesthetics. The aesthetics. Can't raise it up or down. That's annoying. Is there cactus farmland? Can I do that? Is that going to cost more? No, it's not. That's cool. And this I should be able to. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. I do like the farmland. The farmland should make it look a little bit like nicer, I guess. A little bit nicer. Should be able to give it that good farmy look. And then we'll have water production at the back. I just want to make sure we're lined up to be nice and straight as well. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Cool. All right, we'll put our first cactus farm right there. And we're just going to have, various cactus farms spread throughout this place. It's not going to be super organized. I just don't want it to look like shit. So, something in the middle is acceptable to me. Who's trying to break in here? Why are you guys coming in here? Are we committing a crime right now? Burglary? Are you guys shooting right now? Is that a thing? What the hell are you guys doing up here? I'm so confused as to what these guys are doing. They're just lost and confused. They're absolutely lost little goons, unsure of what it is that they're doing. Get out of my base. Fools. Right. How are we looking in terms of... Yeah, alright, let's go get some cacti so we can get this stuff built up. I should have some back here. Just enough. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Hell yeah. Nice. First cactus farm is a go. And now we need water. I always feel like the hive soldiers are cannon fodder soldiers. They eat less than a shack, heal faster, but lack the helmets and boots, which means they get crippled and decapitated in the mid to late game. I mean, yeah, but one could say that the hivers themselves are inherently weaker due to the fact that they're easily replicable. So, like, unlike the shack who are losing their numbers and then have to wait like an entire generation to fully replenish them, the hivers don't have to deal with that. So, like, making them disposable makes sense because, like, they're disposable, but they're strong. They're meant to be a vanguard force that can go in, fuck shit up, and if they die, they're easily replaceable. That's why they're designed. That's how they're designed. So. Okay. Boots are negligible late game, and the lack of helmets and their hit spread gets them. Yeah, the lack of helmets does get them. Although I do have the Hiver expansion mod, which adds in heavy armor for Hiver units that are really cool. What was he doing? All right, water. I was doing water. I need some kind of sure. Yeah, wells are going to be a real problem. Wells are going to be tough. Wind pump used for producing water. It's still not great, but it'll do. It will do. Efficiency 70-75. There is good wind here, which is good. So we can at the very least we can use the wind to produce. So we'll make do on that. We'll get a wind pump going. Actually, hold on. We're gonna dismantle this because I actually want to put it somewhere else. Army pump. I want to put it somewhere over here if I can. So like right here. Good spot for it. That way it's not in the way of any turrets that we put up here in the future. Nice. There's an issue of hybers not being able to go to parts of the map because the ground is acid and they can't wear boots. Right now, the hybers are immune to acid. The hybers are perfectly built to deal with a lot of the issues of Kenshi, acid being one of them. Acid being one of them. Feels like I'm bullying a disabled person. Little baby hybrid grubs eating goop. Eating goop. Making buildings out of vomit, sleeping in their vomit buildings. Fun fact, buildings, hybrid buildings are made out of vomit. They're made out of a, like a vomited material that they produce. Very likely the same material that they give to the queen to produce more hivers, but that part's speculative. The buildings being vomit isn't. That's known. All right, let's go check on our prisoners and see if any of them are ready and willing to work the fields. Are you ready yet? Are you ready, kids? Doesn't seem like it. Doesn't seem like it. I wonder why. I wonder why you in particular are refusing me. I love hivers. I think hivers are really cool. Shek are my favorite. The Shek are my favorite. In terms of like their culture and their visual aesthetics. Like I think the idea of humans growing bone armor is badass. I don't like the Shek for the Gooner reasons. I like them because I think they're really cool. They're badass. They're the closest Kenshi's going to get to a Saiyan warrior race. However, I think that I think the hivers are really, really fucking cool visually. I think the variation between them is cool. The hive soldiers look really, really cool. They're just a generally cool, cool race. All right, let's convince him of that we're not here to offend him and that we want to be his friend. Never talk to you, isn't it? One way to put it. Your situation sucks. Suggesting. Stop you from stabbing me. Fine, you're in. Boom. Boom. Okay, so someone last night recommended that I name someone Tony Baloney, and I have to. Tony Bologna. Tony Bologna. Yeah, and just like the Saiyans, they'll end up killing themselves through their ferocity. Absolutely. Absolutely. It's correct. It's correct. All right. Oh, skinny baloney. Sorry, it's skinny baloney. You're right. Skinny baloney. And it makes sense because he's a hiver, so they're already kind of twigs. And just to make it even better, I'm gonna make him like a full twig. So he's gonna be a tall twig. We're gonna give him a really skinny head. Yeah, yeah. He's skinny baloney. That's what it is. Boom. Skinny baloney. There we go. What are you guys shooting at? Oh, there's a fight happening over here. They're fighting. Oh, it's a another sand. Oh yeah, because the sand ninja are hostile to us now. Right, that's a thing. Okay, well, skinny baloney, get over here and sleep. Do you think the Shek horns are made of bone or keratin? Bone. Even if it's made of keratin, it's bone. I refute the idea. It's got to be bone. That's part of it. It needs to be bone. It needs to be bone. It makes it way cooler. Keratin basically just makes me think that you're living like you have fingernails all over you, and I don't want to do that. No, it's bone. Bone. Got to be bone. Something to deserve it. Talked to you before, isn't it? One way to put it. Thing. Stab me. Testing. We're in. All right. Do we have another name for another? We need a mob. We need a mob name. Snorky. I'm fine with Snorky. We need a last name. So it's got to be like Snorky the something something or Snorky. So we got to have a mob name is what it is. Actually, you know what? No, you're a low ranking officer. You're just handling the fields. You're just Snorky. That's all you are. You don't get a name. You're just handling the fields. You don't get a name. Field workers don't get a name. They don't get a mob name. All right, Baloney, you're gonna be over operating the farmland when you wake up. Band of Bones don't make as much sense if it's keratin. That's true. That's true. How's Rex doing? He's doing okay. He's doing okay. He's not half bad. Not half bad. Snorky the Fun Son Jenkins. Don't I already have a Jenkins? I think I have a Jenkins somewhere. I swore I did. Jones, Murphy, Bell, Looter, Simmons, Safecracker, Kipper, Smith, Fist, Three Fingers. Oh, no, I guess we don't. Or Chetty. Yeah, no, we don't. Okay, well, good to know. Jenkins. One of these guys is getting the name Jenkins. The name Jenkins. Jenkins. I don't know when, I don't know how, but one of you is getting the name Jenkins. Alright, we're gonna have to work on upgrading a few things too. Alright. Let's see what we've got. I just gotta get a gauge on some stuff. Much like in my my Rise of my dwarf playthrough as well, I'm trying to focus a lot on interiors this run too. You know, in the early first like 15 episodes of my dwarf run, I didn't put enough emphasis on the interiors of my buildings in terms of like decorative stuff, right? Like making houses for some of my guys and setting up, you know, bars and hangout, you know, places of respite, and I need to have more of that. So assassin training and thievery training, those are going to be absolutely necessary. We're going to need those for sure. How's this doing on production? So it is producing. It's just producing very, very slow. It is moving at max efficiency, however, and I don't imagine it's going to get any better. Later on, when we can make better wells, we can start to increase the efficiency of it. But it's going to be a slow burn when it comes to farming, because we need water, and obviously we're producing water very, very slow. So. Skinny Baloney is now officially working the fields. What are your stats? How are you doing farming? Do you have anything? No, bad. But you do have a racial modifier, so not bad on that. Skinny Baloney's dead. How the fuck did Skinny Baloney die? Did you guys see that shit? What just happened? Oh, you know what probably happened? Do you know what probably happened? Yeah. Okay. So when you forcibly recruit... Yeah, there it is. Aimed right at him. When you forcibly recruit characters with the recruitable prisoners with dialogue mod, sometimes your turret workers, if you have them set to shoot first, ask questions later, they will assume they are enemies and they will just fire at them. Skinny Baloney just got his brains blown out while working the fields. Most unfortunate. Most unfortunate. In order to fix that, I actually have to save and reload. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go up there and see if I can talk to this last one. That's so messed up. That's so messed up. He literally just got his brains blown out while working the field. My God. The sheer audacity, the nerve, the gall, the audacity. So messed up. Poor Snorky. He didn't stand a chance. No, he didn't. Alright, so I'm going to save and reload, and that should fix the issue of the game recognizing them as enemies. Still, it's a byproduct of the forcibly recruiting enemies. Yeah, sometimes the game just still thinks that they're enemies. Rough world in Nugget Society. Yeah, 1 minute the Don's, you know, throwing you in a cage. The next minute the Don's offering you a position within his entourage, and the minute after that you're getting your head shot off by a turret while working the fields. The reason I don't use quick save, it's just a force of habit. Not using quick saves from other games. Like in a lot of games, if you quick save too many times, it will cause save bloat, and I just tend to avoid doing it. Creating new saves, creating quick saves, and all that stuff creates bloat in the save, which causes instability and processing issues. So it's not necessarily the case in Kenshi. I haven't tested it, but just as a rule of principle, I tend to avoid quick saves, and I just go for traditional saves. That way I can just overwrite them instead of risking bloat. Things along those lines. It's, what is it? It's my old Bethesda brain talking is what it is. Alright, well, I guess Snorky is, yeah. Oh, man. Skinny Baloney. Alright, cause of death? One solid crossbow shot to the chest. He went to -77 and died instantly. On the upside, guys, it was painless. Painless. It was painless. So, you know, as Cosmic said, what makes the grass grow? Blood. He was 2 timed. He was, yeah, literally. Literally. My poor man. My poor man. It just wasn't meant to be. It just wasn't meant to be. No, Dad, he's my dog. I'll do it. Put him down like Old Yeller. Maybe I'll take him off shoot first, ask questions later. Turtle, any potentially dangerous, at any potentially dangerous targets, but neutral targets. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Well, yeah, we should be fine. We should be fine. Yeah. That's unfortunate. He literally got taken out back and shot like a dog. My dude didn't even stand a chance. That's so messed up. Kind of messed up of us. Kind of messed up. Fine. See this guy get taken out. Are we going to actually hit him? Is that a thing we're going to do? Are we being silly? Are we not aiming properly, guys? Come on. Shoot it. There we go. See how many arrows he can take. Right now he's up to 2. He took 2 shots. 3 shots. And 4 shots. Last one hit him in the ass cheek. Beautiful. Beautiful. Alright, so now that we've got cactus production started, it's not going very fast, but it's started. We've got water being produced again, not going very fast, but it has started. I'm gonna have to place down more wells. It's the only way we're gonna be able to get around this this issue. Normal wells. I was trying to avoid placing more wells down and stuff because it is a like we produce everything a lot slower here, and I did it on purpose, right? Like we are in the middle of the desert. We're doing a drug operation. Like it can't be easy, right? We're not going to set up in like the ideal farming location for a mafia situation. We're going to set up wherever we think we're going to be able to, you know, outsmart the law. And so I set up in an area that's difficult on purpose for that reason, but it doesn't make it any easier. Sure. It does slow things down a wee bit. The Don is working on the construction of this building. This is going to be our storage building once it's fully done, which it's getting pretty close. It is getting pretty close. Iron plates, building materials. Yeah, we're working on it. And then once we've got that, we also need to pay attention to what our food stores look like, because right now they are not probably good. Yeah, we're out of food right now, so we're going to have to pay attention. How's everybody doing food? We're getting low. Getting really low. How's Kenshi looking? Okay. Alright, I got to run back to Stout. You guys watch the base while I'm gone. The Traders Guild Samurai Captain. It's funny. He's just stuck in here. Let him out. Is that a Juggernaut Samurai Captain? He is, too. My God. Stats in the 70s and a Juggernaut Samurai Captain. This dude right here could probably level our entire base. He could probably kill every one of our guys without issue. That's fucked up. That's fucked up. Alright, so we're going to head back to Stout for a couple of reasons. One, we need money. Traders Guild's going to be coming in a couple of days. But also, I'm going to sell some things. Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. We need money. So I'm going to go over there, sell some things. We need food, and we need to make some funds. I may end up doing a couple of bounties as well early on. One to help with our relations, because like you can't set it to normal speed. He runs at 40 miles an hour. It's fine. I need to up our relations with the UC and stuff even more. I'd like to be allies with the Traders Guild, the slave traders, the UC, all that stuff. As much as I possibly can anyway. Slave traders, all that stuff. The Don's not looking to make enemies of the man. The Don's looking to get the man in his pocket. That's why he bought this cool-ass hat. right? No one can be mad at a man who wears a hat like this. Look at him. He's a beast. Okay, he's a man of class, a man of means. He's seen some things and been through some stuff. He lost his best friend in the Fog Islands after he tried to get his best friend's legs eaten off on purpose. You know, these things happen. This is what happens. I'm pissed off and hungry. Oh, that's fair. You can go ahead and be pissed off and hungry. Fine. I don't have anything on me, so maybe I'll do a little bit of training on some of these guys. A little bit of a beat down on him. Boom. How are we doing? Oh yeah, he's good. It's good. Solid. Solid. Look at him just throwing sidekicks around. Downward stab. That was pretty cool. Elbows. Throwing some bows. High kick. They didn't stand a chance. No, they did not. They didn't stand a chance. All right, we're going to pick him up, and we're going to bring him as a sign of goodwill, good faith to Stoat. Bring him as a sign of good faith to Stoat. A little bit of cash in our pockets. It's like 1,000 cats. Look at that. Easy money. Easy money. Couple of high kicks, and now we're rolling in it. Now we are officially rolling in it. It sucks that we got shook down for so much money. I mean, like last time I came into this town, because they definitely just took like 3,000 cats from us. Stopping in for a sec. Thank you, Ducks. How you doing? I appreciate you stopping in. I'll drop a like, help the algorithm push the stream, guys. We hit a record number last night. It was an absolutely asinine number, ludicrous, absolutely bananas. We had 122 people in the stream last night. It was crazy. Absolutely crazy. All right, let's repair up this here door. While we're here, I'm here for two reasons. I'm here for food, which we are going to desperately need, but I'm also here hoping Taxman is on the visit. What, they were supposed to come for 4 days? Oh, different Taxman. God damn it. Ah, damn it. All right, well, plans have changed. I'm not going to be able to bring food back right now. I'm going to have to give whatever money I have to the Taxman. Hope I have enough. Fingers crossed that I have enough, but we'll see. Do I have any workout equipment in here, Bill? This bench is built. We're gonna weightlift until we can. Yeah, we love taxes. Woo for taxes. Woo! Taxes are awesome. Oy vey. All right. Well, I guess we'll hang out here. When the taxman shows up, we'll pop back over to the base, pay our taxes like good little Samaritans, and then after we're done paying our taxes, or hopefully paying our taxes, I'll pop back here, and fingers crossed that a Western Hive caravan shows up at some point so we can absolutely batter them like a fish stick. Taxmen are for silly gooses. Sometimes they think they can tax my gut base. Yeah, it's literally silly. It's absolute buffoon logic is what that is. Nothing is scarier than seeing a squadron of samurai with 1, 2, 3, 4 juggernauts, 5 juggernauts, 4 juggernauts in there. That's oof. No one wants that. I don't want a piece of that. Stay out of my building. This is going to end up being my restaurant, but right now it's where Don Tony McChicken is hanging out to make some gains while he's waiting. Hope is that there's a hive caravan coming here soon. Drifters? No. How do you tell them apart? They have a very distinct facial feature. They have very distinctive facial features. So this is a juggernaut. Notice the glowing eyes that reek of death. The disjointed vitiligo-esque skin. Yeah, no, they're noticeable and they're horrifying. I'll continue to stream later. Thanks for the stream. Please, I'd like more streams about the Drunken Orc. Drunken Orc is coming on Thursday. I'm going to be doing my Baldur's Gate playthrough on Thursday. Stick around, Red. It is coming. It is coming. Drunken Orc's popping back Thursday. Now that we've got our bandwidth and all that stuff sorted out, Drunken Orc's coming Thursday. I just need the Hybers to show up for the love of all that is holy. Our people are starving, man. I can't afford food. I can't afford food because I'm about to pay my taxes. God damn it! No wonder they're leading a rebellion against these people. No wonder they're leading a rebellion against these people. Maybe I should start selling people into slavery. I think that's a good idea. Maybe I should start beating up ninja and then carrying them over here and selling them as slaves. This guy, starving vagrant. I'm gonna go pick his ass up. And I'm gonna go into this. I think I can get 400 bucks a slave for the weak ones. Hello, good sir. I'd like to sell you this person. Sure, 400 bucks. Ooh. Starving vagrant. He's dying, but not dead. You know what that means? Pick him up. Sell him. 400 bucks. Boom. My God, I figured it out. The answer to our tax problem is to sell people. I really hope I have enough. You should only sell hive soldiers into slavery. Logic, you need to calm down. I don't know what your this hatred is unhealthy. This hatred is unhealthy. Now we play the waiting game. We just need a hybrid caravan to show up. That's all we need. Hybrid caravan shows up, all will be fine. Taxman has arrived at the base. Okay. We're going to pop back over here. And fingers crossed they only want 4,000 because that's all I got. Who said under breath re? Rex did. Ah, yes, I see. Rex is over there reeing in the background. His hatred of the hive soldiers is logical. Oh, thank God, it's only 3,000 cats. Okay, well, now we have a couple of days to make 3,000 more. But at least we're off the hook for that. All right, Don Tony McChicken, you do have some stuff in your inventory you can sell too if we need a little bit more money. So there is that, but a hybrid caravan would be mighty useful right now because I know that they're going to come in here and then a fight will break out and I can loot them. It's a little cheesy, but I'm okay with it. I feel like the U.S. founding father might have said something. These taxes are crazy. I need to sell more people. Maybe. Hey, Sparky, how are you? Welcome, welcome. Good to see you, as always. Thanks for popping in. Thanks for popping in. I'm wondering if tonight we're going to get another absolute, like, blow-up. We were steadily around 30, 40 people for the first, like, hour and a half last night, and then around 2 hours and 20 minutes in, suddenly it just skyrocketed up to, like, over 100, and then we stayed at 100 for the rest of the night. Like, between 100 and 120 for the rest of the night. It was crazy. Absolutely crazy. It was bananas. Anybody else I can sell around here? Any people I can sell? In Kenshi? I'm selling people in Kenshi. But I don't think so. I am having him just make some gains, though, while he's here. At the very least. I gotta watch these guys. Yeah, alright. I gotta get some food. I can't wait any longer. I need food. I tried. But we need to move. We need to get some food. Show me your goods. Show me your goods, vile woman. Tell me what ails you. This stuff is expensive and not super nutritious. I would rather have ration packs. Thank you very much. You are not very helpful to me, and I find your lack of assistance in this matter disturbing. I find your lack of faith disturbing. What do we got? Mercenary captains. Nice. All right. Come over here. We're gonna buy some ration packs. Probably buy like three or four. How much a food cube? 75, 125 for how much more? I'm gonna say that the ration packs are probably worth. All right, that should be enough to at least satiate us for a little bit, and we'll snap back at some point. I'll have Don run back here, drop these off, and then we'll get to work on that. I also need to start production of additional cactus farms, which is going to take some money because I'm not going to sit there and wait for each of the cactus farm like I usually do. What I'll do is I'll grow a batch and then build another one, and then grow a batch and then build another one. Once I get them built, and then I start doing the same thing, but I'll start upgrading sequentially. I don't think I'm going to do that right now. It's going to take too long, and we need to get food production going. We need to become self-sufficient in that regard. So I think instead what I'm going to do is I'm going to... Is this the tax man? It was. I think instead what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go like run some errands with a couple of my enforcers, and we're gonna get some stuff and people and things to sell, and we're gonna use that to yeah, like this dude right here. We can first aid you, heal him up. Grab that, and we're gonna do, yeah, we're just gonna kidnap a bunch of these Jonin and go sell them into slavery, or sell them, give them to the UC to turn their bounties in. I have no issue, no desire to communicate with you. They already ate all of the fucking... My God, you fat bastards. They already ate every one of them. There we go. All right, so we're gonna drop you off, and then I'm gonna have Burn, who's also a martial artist, pick up these other Jonin. Who is he dead yet? She's about to die. 4,000 bounty, 9,000 on you. First aid to you. You don't have a med kit? You do though. We'll do first aid to you. You're dead now, so timing on that. Burn's gonna come with us. And who else do we have that we can bring? Is there any other corpses around here that are not corpses, but like people around here that might be worth money? I don't think so. All right, so Burn and Don, you guys are gonna take these two, and you're gonna go for a run. Let's select the gate. Now let me select the gate. There we go. All right, so you two are going... I recommend buying dried meat, Gohan, or chew sticks. Yeah, I'm gonna... there's a couple different avenues we can go. So I want to produce ration packs and food cubes. In my experience, the food cubes sell the best in terms of like what we can make. I'm going to start with dust witches though, because I can produce those early, chew sticks and dust witches. But I need to basically be making enough to where I have a surplus, because I have to use that food to both feed myself and like my people, and in addition to that, I have to have enough to sell. So it's going to be a bit of a mixed bag here, because we have to get food production up to the point where we are producing a surplus for our guys. And then from there we can start producing our restaurant, getting our restaurant. That's the goal here. That's the goal, is getting a surplus running. It's funny how it always turns into we got to get the food running first. These guys, I'm going to take a second to loot their bodies as well, because I want to sell. Yeah, see, I want to sell their equipment after I turn them in. Because their equipment is usually worth decent money. These are the Jonin, so they have usually sort of decent equipment, and we can sell that stuff for decent. All right, so now the two of you can go off, because we just secured basically 30-ish thousand cats. Where's your base located? We're in the Spine Canyon. We're right over here in Spine Canyon. We're actually on the other side of the cactus den. We are right in Spine Canyon. How fast are we moving with Burn? Not 40 miles an hour. Yeah, 19. Burn really slows us down. But that's fine. Skeletons laugh on the inside. We're too depressed to laugh on the outside. All these yum dialogue tell us all about how skeletons work. Can't you just reset when you're depressed? Yes, but we reset all of our skills too. And then he says, and that's how you end up with things like Catlon, with legends like Catlon. Yeah, because Catlon refused to reset because he would have lost his skills. Fun stuff. Fun stuff. Would have lost the things that made him him, his individuality, his mind. All of the things that made him an effective and capable leader. Gone in an instant. Be quite depressing when you think about it. Alright, so let's sell off these weapons first. Nice. Then we're gonna go and turn these guys into the proper authorities, and we should have like almost 40,000 cats from them. Hey Kim, fantastic. And then Don, I think you have the other one as well. Nope, not get in. No. Burn, put in. Nice. All right, so now we have 40,000 cats to work with. Much better position. Much better position. I'm not worried about taxes anymore, I can tell you that much. Do you think we'll see Catlon and Kenshi too? Yeah. Catlon should be alive in Kenshi too. He'll still be, you know, an absolute fucking mess. He'll be a paranoid, disastrous mess. But, Ew, Burn. Oh, I thought he was in a cage for a second. Now he's just stuck. Yeah, he'll still be a paranoid, paranoid mess, but, we will see him. There's no way we won't. He'll still be deep in the thralls of madness, I can tell you that much, but... What's the shader mod? The shader mod is actually in the description. It's my own personal shader. I made it. I released it on the Nexus the other day for public download. If you want to see the difference, this is with the shader, and this is without. This is just Kenshi at high graphical settings, but it's still without the shader, and then with the shader. So it's in the description. It's the Mad Lads Reshade preset. Made it myself, dropped it myself. And it's all there in the description. Alright, so now that we're here, I'm going to have Don Tony McChicken here still work on making gains. I got to do this back at the base too and get some of these things set up for training. Because I need him to up his strength something fierce. So that's definitely something we need to be working on. It's going to help with his damage. I need his strength and his dexterity increased. Although his dexterity, there's not much I can do at this point because he's past 30 and the highest training that I have is a 30 trainer. But we can work strength at the very least. I'm going to go look for recruits. I'm going to see if there's anybody here that we can potentially recruit while we're here and while we're waiting for maybe something fun or interesting to happen. But I don't want to just get like a generic, everyday recruit. I want, someone that looks like they're going to be worth it. We do have a taco already. We have a taco the tiny, so I don't really want to recruit another taco. And I don't feel like coming up with another name for him. Although we do need hybrid workers for the field, so maybe. Yeah, fuck it. Yeah, we'll do it. I think Logic actually proposed a list of potential names. Yeah. We're gonna name him Carrot. There's Taco and there's Carrot. All for it. Cool. So Burn, you're gonna pick up Carrot. Carry his ass around. Nice. On over and see where the day takes it. Don's over here making gains. Eventually, this place will become a restaurant. We just we need to get building materials and come over here and just build it up right and make it into a place that we can be right. Actually, we could probably get the stall. At the very least, we can get the shop stall set up in the morning once day breaks and the shops open up. We can get the shop set up. We can build shop counters, right? We've done that so far. We've done that research. Yeah, shop counter. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. So we'll get the blueprint set for it. Difference between the metal ones and the non-metal ones. All right, so we'll get the blueprint set for this. I'm gonna run it like a tavern. I want people to be coming in and out of the base. So we're gonna run it like a tavern. How do we want to arrange? Probably like this. I think good setup. Yeah, we're gonna make a nice tavern for it. Have it be a place that people can come into and just do stuff. Just do stuff. And that's where we're gonna be selling food. That is where we're gonna be selling food. All right. How we look at anything else going on here? Still no Western Hive, which is I find that shocking. Admittedly, I find it shocking. Usually the Western Hive will have showed up by now. Mafia funded by McFood Cubes. Exactly. It's the Mafia funded by McFood Cubes. We gotta have what it is we've got to have some kind of organization that will allow us to launder our money, right? Because we're gonna be selling drugs at the back, but we need some kind of legitimate business to launder that money. Otherwise, they'll know, right? We can't risk that. We can't risk them knowing that. So we've gotta have a nice money laundering scheme set up to prevent the prevent us from being arrested. Gotta clean those cats. How's Donnie doing? How's Don Tony McChicken doing? He's making gains. Yeah, he's getting strong. Getting swole. He's gonna be a large boy. Large man. Raiders Guild pack beasts. See, there's a lot of pack beasts. I'm just waiting for someone to piss somebody up. Someone's going to end up beating up somebody. It's fun. If you wait long enough, they always do. Every episode I say that, and then it takes a while, but it eventually happens. Someone gets into a fight somewhere, and it just turns into a giant mess of everyone getting their ass kicked. The United States just starts beating the shit out of everybody. Noble Hunter. Yeesh. Don, is there anybody that's unconscious out in the immediate area that maybe we can sell? Looking for people to sell. Anybody? Anybody have any questions about the lore or anything like that? Anything they want me to dive into? Any uncertainties? Anything like that? Buy a couple slaves to be honest. Yeah, I'm here to buy some slaves. Nope, just the 2 slaves that I threw in there. And if I try to buy them, it's not going to work because they're starving vagrants. That doesn't work. Buying the non-normal slaves doesn't work for some reason. Not quite sure why. Oh, man. I'm fucking pooped today, man. It's been a long day. Long day. I was up last night, super hyped from the stream. I haven't had nearly as much caffeine today. Usually I have like 2 or 3 coffees or 2 or 3 coffees or an energy drink and a coffee, and I think I had 1 coffee today, and I'm just pooped. Right pooped. Mechanical shop. It's a problem, I know. I take way too much caffeine, but it keeps me moving. One of the only ways I can stay moving sometimes. We could probably use more books. We also need furniture. Market stalls, all that stuff. Yeah. For sure. It's cheap. We need it anyway. Broken stuff. I have no interest. Harpoon. What is this? Advanced harpoonery. Signage, not useful right now. Trade house, that would be useful if we going to use that. Yeah, we'll pass on that. We'll get books. We could use some books. Love some books. Probably 2 stacks of books. Ashland hat with metal armor is something I've never tried before. Listen, the Ashland hat goes with everything. I cannot stress this. The Ashland hat goes with everything. At no point will the Ashland hat not be the drippiest of drip. Absolute peak drip. Peak. Goes with everything. You 2, and then we'll keep the remaining 20,000 for taxes. So we have, was it 4,000 cats coming up in the next run of taxes? And then, yeah, basically every 2 days we have taxes to pay. So we need to get a consistent source of money coming in here real soon. Baker. Talk to you. Dust witches. 100. Yeah, we can just buy a shit ton of you. Burn. Get over here. Buy a bunch of you. And then carrot. A bunch on you as well. And we still have 13,000 left. Hell yeah. The entire Ashlander outfit is taken straight from Carl McCoy's character in the movie Hardware. I was unaware of that, but that makes sense. Not true. The Ashlander hat does not go with the Hive Soldier's goofy ass hammerhead doofuses. You need to let go of this hatred logic. It's unsightly. You need to let go of this hatred. Control yourself. He's over here throwing racial slurs at the Hivers. Not cool enough for hats. Not cool enough to be turned into a hat. How dare they? How dare they not have properly peelable skin? Should be able to outrun these skimmers, I'm pretty sure. How fast are we moving right now? It doesn't say. Doesn't say. We should be moving fast enough. I'm sure we'll be fine. If anybody tries to attack us, we should be able to outrun them, no issue. And if not, Tony McChicken will stay behind for a moment and show them what for it mean, because he's actually kind of a badass. He's not the badass yet. He's still only got stats in the mid-40s, but 40s at martial arts with a 55 dodge does make him at least somewhat of a badass. He's something of a badass himself. He's somewhat of a badass himself. Starving Empire peasants. Each worth 2,000. No, dude, if we weren't doing something right now, I'd probably go turn him in, but we're doing something right now. We're doing something. Proto badass. Literally, yeah, he's proto bad. He's working on it, right? He's badass adjacent. He's early access badass. Does anyone know if there's a RimWorld mod that adds in Kenshi races? I have some unconceived war crimes I have yet to commit. You know, I don't know about any of that, but I did see a clip from RimWorld the other day that had me a bit interested, which is there's a series of mods that turn it into a medieval fantasy setting with like magic and shit rather than sci-fi. And I do think that, oddly enough, that actually appeals to me more. One of the reasons I haven't played RimWorld, aside from the fact that, in full honesty, the art style of the game is it's just not my cup of tea, not my bag. But also, I'm not huge into heavy sci-fi, which is ironic because I love like Star Wars and all that stuff. But like heavy sci-fi is generally not the angle that I'll go. I tend to lean more towards fantasy than anything else. But yeah. I did see a mod that did a full conversion to, medieval, which I thought was really interesting. Medieval fantasy. Thought it was an interesting bid, interesting idea. There's more Kenshi mods for RimWorld than Kenshi itself, so yes, all of the races. That's badass. Although I imagine it's quite easy, given the art style for RimWorld, to create things like that, like Kenshi mods, for RimWorld. I suppose that makes sense. I do suppose that makes sense. Who the hell are you guys shooting at? Shooting up here. Oh. Are they shooting at them? Or are they shooting at them? I don't know. Good old Rex over there reeing like crazy. Dragon would be so proud. He would be so proud. Alright, we're going to deposit all of these in here, and I think when we start food production, we're going to start with chew sticks. I think that'll be the easiest way to start. I don't know if we're going to be selling chew sticks, but I do think we're going to start with the chew sticks for production, because at least then we can build up a surplus. These aren't going to last very long, that is for sure, but it's a start. Alright, so it looks like the harvest for the cacti is about to begin. 16 plants, we need 10 to build another field. So let's build another field. Farming, cactus farmland. Build up another field. Nice, nice. We're making progress. Let's do one at a time because I can't risk them like putting all of the cacti into one field and then slowing this whole process down even more. Thankfully, we are, even though it's going slow, we are building up a surplus of water. So it is making progress. It's just going slow as hell. And then one of the things I wanted to do eventually was I have to get more cacti, but I'm not quite sure where I can do. How many guys do we have, and what's their shape right now? How are we doing in terms of fighting for it? We have some pretty good stuff. You guys are on turret duty, so I'm gonna leave the three of you. The fist, she's a badass. He could probably mess some people up pretty well. Cosmic's doing pretty well. Snorky's a farmer now. I like the image of Bugs just standing here watching over this forcibly turned slave sand ninja, just watching over them like a good little guard. Welcome, Tara. Yes, more Nugget Mafia. We have returned. The Nugget Mafia is continuing. Very exciting. I tend to alternate between the dwarves and the nuggets. So like tonight's nuggets, tomorrow's more dwarves, and then Thursday we're doing Baldur's Gate. But Monday, because Sundays we do non-Kenshi stuff, confirmed. But I got requested this week to do something else. Monday we'll do nuggets. So next week there'll be at least 2 nuggets and 1 dwarf. This week 2 dwarves, 1 nuggets. I tend to alternate. So look at him. He's just standing there smiling, watching the work, watching it happen. And she sucks at it, too, so she's probably not even going to produce enough for us to, yeah, not even producing enough for us to build the things that we need to build. You piece of shit. You had 1 job. Literally 1 job. Any cacti in here? You got 2. My god. My god. Okay, well, in the spirit of keeping things interesting, I am going to go on another run, but I'm not going to run to Stout. I think I'm going to run to a different town. Because I'm sick of running to Stout. I'm sick of going to the same town. Let's go to Henge. To Henge we go. Going to Henge. Because I need to get cacti. But I also don't want to keep running back to Stout because that's no fun for anybody watching me do 50 trips to Stout and back. And Don can run at the speed of sound. Breaks the sound barrier when he's moving. Look at him. He is an absolute lad. Look how quick those little legs of his are running. I say little, but he's actually a tall guy. But yeah, so we can move pretty quick. But I fixed a problem with the worker stopping, but I sadly had to move all of my crafters to the farmhouse outside of the gates. Is there a way to move one object to another container, like with a job? You might be able to set a hauling job on that particular container, and they might haul it from one container to another. It might be something you could do. If you click the unit, hold shift, right click the container you want it to go into, and then hit inventory, it should assign a job to haul to that specific container. And they might haul it to that one instead out of the other one, but I'm not certain. When you run so fast, you leave sand skimmers in the dust, literally. And he does have that hat. He does have the hat. Well, he has to wear the hat and the goggles to deal with the sheer speed that he's moving. If he doesn't have the goggles on, he'll tear his face off, you know? That's why he's got the mask and the goggles. He runs too fast. He's got to keep his face from tearing off. He moves at a pace that's quantifiably risky. It's dangerous. He's a dangerous man. He is a dangerous man. All right, so general shop. I need more cacti. That guy from X-Men was named Quicksilver. Exactly. Yes, he's like Quicksilver. That's a pretty good comparison. He's like Quicksilver. He's got to wear goggles to keep his eyes from catching the wind. You know. Please give me all of your cacti. Thank you. That is what I require. Came here specifically for that. And then gardening store. I don't actually know what they sell here, but I'm gonna check. I think they sell trees and shit. Let's do yeah, they sell trees. Saplings, all that stuff. All that good stuff. That good stuff. Yeah. The trees. I don't want to buy trees. I'm not in the market for buying trees right now. Do you guys still explore the world once you have a base? I mean, yeah, yeah. I mean, we do quite a bit of exploration on both this series and the Dwarf series. At the moment, I'm trying to get the base to be self-sufficient in terms of food and production, so we can start, um, you know, selling food at our restaurants. But in the grand scheme of things, yeah, we still explore. At least I do. And my dwarves are very explorational. They've been all over the world many times, all over the face of Kenshi many times. Many times, many times. We're actually, I think next tomorrow when we do the next episode of the Dwarves, we're gonna be going on a training run. I think that's what we're gonna end up doing on that. Kind of have to for science mats if you don't have all the research. Yeah, I mean you need AI cores, you need science materials like engineering research, AI cores. Ancient science books you can buy to a degree, but it's honestly more efficient to go looking for them. Um, so, how many cacti did you just buy? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10. Nice. Okay, so I should have enough here to at least make 2 more fields, which will be super helpful. Good. Good, good. I think you can just make them yourself, or is that a mod I take for granted? I don't remember if the ability to make books is mod. I think it's a mod. I'm pretty sure making books is a mod. I'm pretty sure making books is a mod. Don't quote me on that. I'm pretty sure it's a mod. Or at least making the more advanced stuff like AI cores and engineering research and stuff. I'm pretty sure that's a mod. Pretty sure you're just taking a mod for granted, unfortunately. My skeleton Zing ran so fast, but he accidentally ran into a beak thing mid-swing and his chest exploded. I'm still in denial. That sounds awful. The sheer the force of him running at full speed into a beak thing mouth sounds devastating, and I'm sorry. I'm sorry for your loss. I'm sorry for your loss. That's terrible. My God. My God. And we are off to the races. I downloaded your mod list and tacked it on my own, so I have no idea which mods would do what anymore. Yeah. That's the one downside of having so many mods and then playing with them for so long is sometimes you forget what's canon and what's not. It's actually really funny because when I'm doing my lore videos, I have to be very careful when I'm doing my research to be like sometimes I'll find something I'm like that's a smoking gun right there, and then I have to do extensive research to make sure that it is not a mod, because what is it? One time in my first solo lore video, my video, the origin of the Hybers, I mentioned they weren't even involved in the theory or in the lore. They weren't involved at all. I said the word Praetorian one time, and a ton of people lost it. And to this day, there is people, even though that was again my first lore video, my first solo lore video, and the first theory I ever produced for Kenshi. There's a handful of people that will use that as justification to be like, Hero, it doesn't know what he's talking about. He uses modded content as lore, even though I literally mentioned the name one time and it had no impact on the lore. So I have to be super, super careful, to not like let anything like that happen again. And I haven't had it ever happen again since then, thankfully. I've had no such issues, but yeah, it's one of those things where I have to be like ridiculously careful because I've gotten reamed for it before. So. And to this day, I'll have people that'll be like, Hero in his head uses modded content and says that it's lore. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He makes shit up. And I'm like, okay, guys, it happened one time years ago, and it didn't affect the theory at all. Like, I wasn't like the Praetorians have like a major part in the Hive, and the theory is based around the Praetorians. I was like, yeah, they are here. I was discussing like the roles of the various Hivers, like the soldiers, the drones, the princes, and I happened to bring them up as the guards of the queen because I had been playing with Hiver Expanded for like 2 years, and it had been like 2 years. It had been like 6 or 7 months, and I just it slipped my mind that they weren't part of the base game because they fit really well. But people have never let me live it down, even to this day. I think someone on Reddit said it the other day, and it made me laugh. They were being nice about it that time. Usually they're not nice about it when they talk about it, but you know. Yeah, a lot of times people just want someone to shit talk. It has less to do with me and more to do with them. It is what it is. I think there's valid criticisms that I get for sure, but sometimes it's simply just people want someone to hate, and that's fine. Both are true. I tend not to worry about it too much. It's just not something I really give two shits about. I've apologized for it. I made it right. It's even funnier too because I actually had a pinned comment on that video for years, for like 2 years, that said flat out, "Hey, I messed up, in this particular way. Disregard. It's not correct." I had a pinned comment and I put it in the description, and people still would ignore that and be like, "Did you know that those are modded? You know what you're talking about?" I'm like, "Guys, I literally admitted it in the description. What are you talking about? I know." It's just funny. Yeah, some people just want to find something to hate. Yeah, no, generally speaking, people make comments without reading anything. Absolutely. Absolutely. I pay no mind to it, to be honest with you. I pay no mind to it. Honestly, YouTube commenters, I would realistically assume can read. Redditors, I don't know. I don't know, man. It's so funny that I still go on Reddit as much as I do and like all that stuff. I go on there and I help people and try to chat with the community and all that stuff. But let me tell you, sometimes the responses I get, like what is it? There was one time too. I made a video on whether or not I think Kenshi 2 should have multiplayer, and I was going through all the the pros and the cons and the upsides and the downsides and what the community consensus is and with the issues that multiplayer may run into and all that stuff. And I remember I got a comment that was like, firstly, a lot of people misunderstood what I was saying. They thought that I was saying Kenshi should be like an MMO with like world servers where like multiple people can join and all that stuff, and like public servers. And that is not in any way what I was talking about. I was talking about co-op. But people have separated co-op from multiplayer in the current generation. I guess. But I had someone that was like, multiplayer would ruin it. Stop trying to make everything live service. And I was like, okay, well, if you actually listen to the video, well, I don't necessarily agree with that comment. I point out many of the things that you're arguing that would cause Kenshi to not be good in terms of multiplayer, and so like I'm not disagreeing with you on those points. And their response was, it's almost like it didn't need a video to be made about it. Then and I was like, what? You guys understand? I have to like make content to like make money and like I try to do this as my job, right? Like, it's a question, it's something the community talk about. It's interesting. Well, yeah, I kind of did have to make a video about it, just because I think something doesn't mean that it's not an impactful conversation. People are just wild. People are wild. People are wild. But, to each their own. To each their own. All right, let's get, we need to get some cactus barrels in here. A lot of cacti. Cactus storage. Hell yeah. We're going to be storing a shit ton of cactus. Shit ton of cactus. A metric shit ton. And this building is where we're going to be doing our food production as well. Does Hob stay with you permanently? Yeah. As far as I'm aware, Hob stays with you permanently, yeah. Every party member that joins you, if they join your squad, they're with you permanently. The only time that someone's not permanent is if they're you got a green arrow over them, and they're not in your squad. But if they're in your squad, they're permanent. And even then, with the green arrow, depending on the circumstances, they may in fact, become permanent. So, gotta get our cacti storage set up. Yeah, Red always has a mixed reaction to me. It's funny. I don't know why. I don't know why. I feel like what is it? They'll love me for a while, and then every couple of months, it shifts back and forth. It cycles back and forth. I always get a laugh out of it. Sometimes I'm praised. Sometimes I'm hated. On Reddit specifically. Because generally, my YouTube comments are actually, I'd say, like 99% positive, or at least constructive. Even when there's people that disagree with me, it's constructive usually. So, we need building material storage as well. But I'm not going to put it there. I made that mistake on my dwarves. That's been fucking annoying me since then. And I don't think we actually need a ton of building material storage anyway. Maybe 2 is fine. Usually I make like 3 or 4 of each, but I think 2 is fine. I think 2 is enough. Same with steel plates. I mean iron plates. Probably don't need a ton of these, just enough to keep going. And this storage is mostly about production anyway. We're going to be setting the kitchen up on the second floor here. Get some iron plate storage. Although, actually, you know, I might make a third one of these because they're only 50 per. And iron plates, you go through a lot of them. You go through a lot of them. Many buildings will take a disturbing amount of iron plates. So, co-op as an option would be a thing. Yeah, I think co-op as an option would make Kenshi 2 phenomenal. I do think that it would be to the benefit of Kenshi if it put it in. I can see that there would be difficulties, but like I in no way want to make Kenshi like a live service game. Like that's crazy. Who would want that? Who genuinely would want that? I don't. That's crazy. No one wants it to be live service. No one said that. No one said that shit. But you know, some people don't. I think it's a generational thing though. Like in total honesty, I think it's a generational thing. I think the issue is that like people have think that multiplayer needs to be live service because of the way that the games industry is now. Like co-op and like that kind of stuff is not really traditional anymore. It's if it's a multiplayer, it's some kind of live service. But I do have a theory as the primary race of Kenshi, the hybrid theory as the primary race of Kenshi and not created, but we are the creators or we're the creators. That would be interesting if the hybrids created us. Wouldn't that be something? That would be long-winded though, but I'd be interested in hearing it. I don't know if I necessarily will agree, but I'm always interested in hearing a new theory, of course. That's like my whole thing. That's what I do. I hope they still have peelers in Kenshi 2. They better have peelers in Kenshi 2. I want something more sophisticated. I want something worse than peelers. I'm going to be honest with you. I want the situation in Kenshi 2 to be downright diabolical when it comes to that stuff. Training. We do need assassin training, thievery training, all that stuff. Lock picking, thievery. Thievery! Gotta level up that thievery. Melt sleeping bags, new. Warm walls, new. I think we're kind of SOL until we upgrade the researcher, which will need electrical components to do. How many of those do we have? Any electrical components? I think we have a few, but I don't know if we have enough. We have 1, and then I think there's like 3 in here. Yeah, we need 2 more. The skeleton ball crusher. Absolutely. Skeleton ball crusher. CBT and Kenshi 2 confirmed, question mark. Yeah, for building materials. We should be, why are we not building things, guys? We have the technology, we have the stuff. We should be building things. Cosmic. Come on, guys. Come on. Cosmic, you're an engineer. What are you doing? Oh my, guys. Put the things in your inventory. Bastard. Get over here and build this shit. Put these things together. Come on. Yes, build the stuff. Yes. There we go. Okay, now they're finally moving. I don't have any building materials. Of course you don't have any building materials. You're not picking it up, you fool. No. Are you gonna sit there and whine that they don't have building materials, and then they're gonna complain that they don't have building material? Then they're gonna complain and not go get the building material. Make sure AI is set to ditch resources so they don't end up blocked due to clog inventories. Usually I have them set to ditch their inventory. The problem is that also when they... Yeah, so I have it set to ditch inventory. The problem is that sometimes they will prioritize ditching the inventory over... you know, building the things they're supposed to be building, which is kind of what they're doing right now. Instead of building all of the things that I just placed down, they're sitting over here doing Yes, my building is inside of a rock. All right, we're gonna have to add resources to all this. Just need to get cactus supplies up and running. More storage containers. Add to you. Add to you. Yeah, it's probably because I have the building partially in a rock. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We're fine. Was it Shift F12 or a mod? Slopeless mod lets me build inside the partially submerged inside build, like inside the stone and whatnot. It helps quite a bit with organizing your base and making things kind of line up a bit easier. It lets me like partially submerge buildings like that, or I'm building another one. This is where we're going to be producing hashish, and I'm going to be having this one partially submerged as well inside the rock. Because thankfully, when buildings are inside the stone like that, it actually will remove the stone and make them navigable. So usually they can operate even though they're inside the wall. You will run into some camera issues here and there, but it's honestly not that bad. You can usually deal with it. Usually not a huge deal. Based in fact, it is based. This is where we are based, and that is how we base right there. Based indeed. We are, as the kids would say, quite based. Probably. I don't know. I'm kind of lame, so who fucking knows? Cooking stove. All right, we gotta get some stoves running. Do you typically move bases as you progress through the game, or stick with the same main simple one and set up outposts? Usually one main base, and then I set up outposts, unless you end up with a situation like we did on the Dwarf Run, where we got kicked out of our base by the Southern Hive. That's a whole separate issue, but typically I will try to set up one base and stick with that one base. Set up multiple stoves. Get them nice and flush in the center here. I think that'll look nice. Let's get them lined up because we're going to be making a ton of food. Yeah, right there. Right there. That's how they do it. That's how we do it. Nice. Get those made. What else do we need? Sake still. Yeah, get some sake distilleries going for production of food. Get 3 of those up and running. And then same with rum. We're going to get 3 of these over on the other side, where we're going to be producing various types of booze that we will be selling to the United Cities at a solid markup. Solid markup. I want to build an outpost in Bast. Any recommendations on the location? I'm planning on fighting the Holy Nation and the United Cities. Literally anywhere in Bast that's flat, just set up, surround yourself with walls, build a big tower on the outside, and get ready to go, man. I would set up with a full 360 rotation, but then obviously make your kill box. But yeah, I mean anywhere in Bast is generally pretty good to set up. There's a lot of good flat locations that you can set up. I don't think I have a personal preference as to where I would go. Where I would go in Bast. Storage. Rum barrels. All right. Rum is... I put sake over here, rum over here, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, that sounds right. All right, so we're going to put our sake barrels right here. Nice. Actually, we'll put it over here. 1. Very lightly rotate. 2. Those, and then we also need sake barrel. Thankfully, because I have a couple of mods that add like unique storage containers for everything, they won't just look like barrels. They'll actually have some like, uniqueness to them, which I always think is really cool. That's why my cactus containers down there are open. They look good. And then we also need to put some food container in general we can use for put a couple of food barrels down that we can use to store the various. Sure. Yeah, switch one. I don't think so. Okay. Good. Good. All right, we'll get those built up, and we'll go from there. Don, you don't have building materials because you're a jackass and you don't want to go get one. I don't understand why you are refusing to do your damn job, Don. You are supposed to be leading this party, and you're refusing to go get the materials needed to lead this party. It's actually quite disappointing. I'm upset with you. I'm quite upset with you. Did Don not get up here? Don is having a hard time getting up here. That is fucking annoying. Why is that? Is it because we're in the stone? Or is it because this thing is in the way? Let me dismantle that rum barrel. Oh yeah, it was just a rum barrel. Okay. Alright. Well then, back up here you go. And you're going to start building these. Deposit materials. Perfect. Who's here right now? Somebody was here? No. No. Okay. It's a 1-minute walk to the tech counter outpost. If you need supplies, all flat, plenty of minerals, very dependable. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, like I said, there's a lot of good places to set up in Bast. I don't think I have anyone that I personally prefer over the other. I've set up in Bast a few times. It's also a really good spot for training. So I've set up there quite a few times. I don't think I have any area in particular that I'm like, yeah, this is the goated spot in Bast. But if they say the Western Plateau there, the little mesa there, then I believe you. I believe you. And iron plates, how many do we have on that? Not many. Who's working iron plates right now? I feel like we're slacking on that. Iron refinery. You're supposed to be mining iron. That's the issue. We're not mining iron. We need to get 2 people out here mining iron. You're not mining iron currently, and you're not doing anything currently, so you're on iron mining duty. You're on crossbow duty, so I'm not going to give you anything. Stacy is... Well, we'll put you on iron mining as well. Get 3 people out there to mine that iron. Nice. Nice. Make some progress on that. Alright, guys, we're sitting at 50 people in chat. Woo. See how things are going right now. Is tonight the night? Are we gonna break the record a second time? Is today the day? Yeah, our guys are not building shit. It's really actually quite frustrating how little we're building. No justification for it. No justification. My AI is being stupid. Being really stupid. No one wants to build nothing. Are they all on hold or something? No, they're not. I have no idea. I am gonna save it, however. Yeah. Alright. One tip about Bast, if you settle on the western side, you see more Holy Nation. Settle in the east, you see more United Cities. Settle in the center, profit off the chaos. Absolutely. Whatever mods you're using make your game look so much better than mine. I don't have any mods that affect the way the game looks. Like normal mods. I have my in-game settings and my reshade. Those are the only 2 things that affect the way my game looks visually. Visual fidelity of. In-game settings are just very carefully tweaked to fit my my PC and my hardware and all that stuff. I do have texture quality to maximum and all of that, but I use that for lore reasons. But it does get... This one's the one that causes the biggest issue, but even then, I don't usually have too much of an issue. It's just carefully managed settings, the SSAO mod, and then my in-game shader, my shader pack that I made, my shader preset. So the shader, I show it on stream usually 1 or 2 times, but this is my game with my shader, and then this is it without it. It's it looks good still, but the shader really is what brings everything together. You know, the game still looks good, but this is without, and then with. The shader really is what brings it all together. So it's actually not that difficult to get your Kenshi to look like this. It's just a combination of in-game settings and then a good shader pack. That's all. Good shader preset, which I have linked in the description. So feel free to snag it. If you like it, drop an endorsement. Helps with all that stuff. I'm trying to my goal is to usurp the Kenshi 2 style shader as the #1 shader on Kenshi. It used to be Suki V2, and then Kenshi 2, the Kenshi 2 like concept shader to overtook it. But I would like to take the throne of the best shader. So it's a process. We're working on it. Snorky, are you doing your job? It doesn't look like you're doing your job. Actually, you know what? We should have Cactus do this one. Snorky. Yeah, we'll have Cactus manage that one. Not Cactus, Carrot. We're making Cactus. Name's not Cactus. That'd be stupid. Yes. Does this actually up your farming? Is that a thing? Give you a farming bonus? That'd be cool. It doesn't. Fortunate. Battle hoe. I've never actually looked. I've always wondered if the hose will up your production of food, but they don't, unfortunately. Kind of a wasted opportunity, in my opinion. They should have added stat bonuses to farming based on the usage of a battle hoe. Blood Raiders. All right. We're mining decently full. Yeah. Oh my god. No one's hauling anything, and it's actually this is gonna drive me fucking. This is gonna drive me fucking. Tiny, you need to haul. Do iron resource? No. Need to haul to there. You need to grab all of that iron. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. So they'll mine it, and then Tiny will come and collect it. Christ. Makes me so mad. My AI is being really stupid today. I don't usually have this much issue, but my god, no one wants to build anything. My engineers aren't doing shit. I'm not really sure what the deal is, but they're gonna give me an aneurysm of sheer stupidity. They're gonna give me a full-on aneurysm. Everybody get over here and start healing up. Oh, what is happening up here? Being attacked by who? Blood Raiders? Probably Blood Raiders. Sand. Yeah, Sand Ninja. No biggie. Sand Ninja ain't that bad. Can't build with all the sand. Yeah, literally. It could honestly be something as stupid as the dust storm. It genuinely could be something as stupid as the dust storm. Who knows? Who knows? Not I, says the fool. Not I. Fine. We just got to get this place up and running. That's all. Some of them are doing their job. The engineers are the ones that aren't doing their job. It's really fucking annoying. Really fucking annoying. Kind of off topic, but any recommendations for mods with compact crafting benches? Currently based in World's End and starting to get quite crowded. Yeah. There's a couple of compact crafting bench mods that you can grab. Offhand, for crafting bench specifically, I don't have a recommendation, but I would recommend the Racked Research mod for doing your research. That'll free up a ton of space for you. And then I think there are some that give you small, like you can place down like just anvils and use those for building weapons and armor. I think there are some mods like that as well. But I would definitely recommend Racked Research. Helps a ton. No, nope, stop dropping stuff off. That's not your job. Your job is to add the materials, build the base. Add the materials, build the base. Burn, you same fucking thing, man. You're not Burn. Cosmic, same fucking thing, man. You're supposed to be adding materials, building the base. Adding materials, building the base. And instead, you're not doing that. You're doing the opposite, which is nothing. Slow as hell, too. Put on production for this. Going. On the upside, we have decent crop yield here, so there's that. Once these are done, we can start. We'll have a surplus, which is good because we can use that surplus to. God damn it! What do you mean you don't have any building materials? Stop putting them back, you buffoon. I don't have any building materials. I can't build the base. Yes, you can if you'll get them out of the damn box. I'm gonna crash out, guys. This is how it happens. I'm gonna crash out. Oh, someone's actually doing something. I don't know who's building things, but someone actually built something of their own fruition without me having to tell them to do it. I'm on a level with you. I'm impressed. I'm amazed. I'm impressed. I'm flabbergasted. What if the build team got a separate squad so you could tell them to, not to ditch items? I'm a new player, so I don't know. The unfortunate the problem is that the ditching items isn't something I can separate by squad because you set it up in the AI for all squads. So it'll affect all of your characters or none of your characters, unfortunately. Just a couple of grains of sand can completely compromise the integrity and stability of any foundational concrete block. Just goes to show that Chris is a master world builder. It's true. It's true. I don't like sand. Coarse, rough, gets everywhere. I don't like sand. Yeah. Soon the hashish shall begin. Soon we'll start producing hashish. But now that the buildings are done, we can focus on all the other fun stuff. We are producing a decent amount of water between the two, between the well and the the wind pump. So I mean, it's not ideal. We usually produce enough for each growth cycle, but it's obviously going to get more intense as we go on and get more. So we're going to need more wells. Upgrading the well will help, though. Not a ton, but it will help. Yeah, our water is just not great here. But again, I didn't build here because it was the best spot in terms of like production. I built here because it was a nice spot that I think a Mafia would base in. It's got a lot of natural walls, really low to the ground, and provides a good ample opportunity for like hiding of sorts. All right, you get up. You get up. You're fine. Carrot, what are you doing, man? Recovery coma. Yeah, he got knocked the fuck out. Carrot, you're not a fighter, man. That's not your job. Not your job at all. Get over here. Get back in bed. Put him in bed. Gotta put him on block and passive. He's sorry, not the paladin. Need to put Carrot on block and passive. He's not a fighter. You can like a comment by double tapping it, but with a triple tap you can also answer it. Fun fact, I did not know that. I did not know that at all. Okay, I think I'm gonna separate some of my farmers into another squad. So we're gonna do farmers. Or well, not. I don't want to call them farmers. I'm going to call them. There are thugs, right? We got a thug squad. There are low ranking thugs. Those of us that are not engaged in the prospect of anything other than creating things. Because we're a mob. We don't have farmers. We don't farm. We have thugs, right? We got people who do production, all that stuff. And then we have our made men, which I'm going to put them up here, but. Yeah, that's where all the made men are. Level 1 thug. That's right. This is one of those ads for those shitey mobile games that are all 2D and don't actually play like the game. Play like what they show. You know. That's what this is. That's what this is. You're a level 1 thug. And now look at us. Now we've got Don Tony McChicken. Kenshi, you need a medical supply. Kenshi's holding those. Yeah. I don't even think... Is he going to heal himself, too? Is he actually going to... Yeah, okay, all right. He's doing medic. I was going to say, is he doing any of the jobs that I have him set for? Because it doesn't fucking look like he is. And I have a tantrum brewing, the likes of which the Kenshi has never seen. Doing, man? What do you mean? What do you mean aimless? What are you doing? Oh my fucking god, man! They're killing me. They're killing me. I need iron storage. I need a spot to store iron containers to prompt them to, because right now they're not hauling it here because this isn't it's not set to have them haul it over here, not by default anyway. I need to have an actual storage spot for raw iron. I need more container. Oh, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. Ore container. All right, spot for raw ore. There we go. Get those built up. Hopefully we'll get those moving. This last farm being made. Good. Garrett, you're gonna have to get up and get to work. Take those 3 cacti, drop. Nope. Drop it in there. There we go. Perfect. All right, so now we've got 3 cactus farms going, so that's good. Once this is done harvesting, we're going to set this one to upgrade. We've got most of that stuff upgraded as well. When you're upgrading your farms, it's good to set it to upgrade, but only after you're done harvesting that amount, because it will usually increase the like you can pull from it. So wait till you're done harvesting and then upgrade. It'll pull from like the amount that are in the inventory of the farm. What are you doing? 50%? You're doing 100%? We're gonna let you share that one. No, sorry, not you. You, Carrot. We're gonna share that one. Increase things a little bit faster. Keep things moving. Keep things moving. Oh man, how's everybody doing? Everybody have any lore they want to talk about? Anything they want to hear me postulate on? Anything they want to hear me babble on about? We're sitting at just under 60 people right now, which is a nice solid number, but I want to make sure that everyone feels like they're being heard. If they have any questions, I'd like to answer them. If they have any theories they want to talk about, I'd like to talk about them, you know? I like making sure everyone's heard. So if you're having any questions about the lore or anything like that, please don't hesitate to ask. I still know nothing about the grid. Any theories? Oh, yeah, the grid. I actually have the grid pretty much figured out. Catlon's original CPU in the game files said that, and it said that there was an explosion in the grid that caused the famine, right? So we know that a famine, something caused an explosion in the grid, and that explosion caused a famine. So when we look at the grid, we know that the water levels on Kenshi were significantly higher during the time of the Second Empire. The swamp was totally submerged in water, and all of these areas here, in between these little platforms, were likely filled with water too. And I'll actually pull it up. If the area was filled with water, it proposes an idea that the grid was originally used during the Second Empire. If let me just pull it up. Chinampas, what they're called, or Aztec floating farms. So during the Second Empire, they would have been using. Open a new tab. Just open the damn image, please. I don't want to download it. Hold on, I'm having technical difficulties with Google. Google doesn't want to do what I tell it to. There we go. Okay, so during the Second Empire, they were using the area of the grid as floating farms, Chinampas, Aztec floating farms. Okay? And there was an explosion that happened in the grid that caused the farms to be unusable. Now, there's 2 things to note during that. One, you have a large large crater here that was caused by an explosion. So we know that whatever the explosion was that caused the famine in the grid, hold on, I'm having. All right, whatever the explosion was that caused the famine in the grid was large enough to cause this giant crater. So what could cause a giant crater here? Well, it also turns out that in the grid there's a bunch of these green stone that you find everywhere, and you also find it all throughout here. And the running theory that I've proposed is, well, before I get into that, in addition to that, there's also a bunch of ancient citadels in there as well, right? And those citadels are First Empire labs. They are not Second Empire. The Second Empire never built any of those citadels. They used a few of them, but they used them as repurposed buildings. They didn't build any of them. So there's First Empire labs there. There's a big explosion in the grid. The grid wipes out, is almost completely wiped out, destroying a lot of their their chinampas, their Aztec floating farms, and the ones that remained are now unusable. Well, why would they be unusable? Well, inside the grid, you have a bunch of green stone and giant crystals, and it actually extends throughout the course of the grid. And that green stone actually looks very reminiscent to trinitite, which is an interesting little stone. It's either trinitite or atomic glass, and I'll tell you why it could be either or. It looks very, very reminiscent of trinitite, but it is possible that it's atomic glass, and I'll get into why in a second. Trinitite, and trinitite is a material that is only produced as a byproduct of a nuclear explosion. All right. Now, the reason why I say it may be atomic glass instead of trinitite is that trinitite is typically created through an explosion in sand, and it fuses the sand together, and it turns into that stone. It radiates the sand and fuses it together. Obviously, if the area was underwater, primarily the Aztec floating farms where they would have been underwater, then it wouldn't be trinitite specifically. It would just be atomic glass, because trinitite may not be able to be made underwater, whereas atomic glass can. But they are affectionately the same thing. I mean, like, functionally, they're the same thing. So the thing. Sorry. So they're affectionately the same thing, though. They're made the same way. Just one's made with sand, one's made with water. One can be made underwater, one can't. But the point is there was a large explosion that vaporized a good chunk of the area. It was probably the result of a nuclear reactor that exploded inside the grid, inside the area that is now the crater. That the Second Empire either didn't know about, or it became unstable. It finally just melted down after years of inactivity, or they were fucking with something they shouldn't have, and they blew up an old lab. But one of the old labs had a nuclear explosion, and the result was the crater, and then the remaining area was filled with atomic glass and irradiated, meaning that they were not able to use any of this area as farming anymore, even though some of the grid still survived. And that explains why the explosion happened, why the crater's there, why the place is covered in green glass, and why the grid is shaped the way that it is. It was an Aztec floating farm that was destroyed by a nuclear explosion, and the explosion was so large that it turned most of the area into atomic glass or trinitite. So that would be what the grid was. The grid was an old source of agriculture during the Second Empire that was destroyed as a result of a nuclear explosion that created vast amounts of atomic glass and or trinitite throughout the area. Which is also why on the head of agriculture, I forgot his name. I can't remember if it's Hat 12 or if it's... I think it's Hat 12, but I may be wrong. One of the Catalan's head of agriculture, his CPU says that there's no way he could have predicted the famine. There's no way he could have, prevented or predicted the famine. It's because it was the result of an explosion that none of them saw coming. Like there was no predicting, there was no stopping it. They didn't know it was going to happen. So that would be why. Big stuff. Big stuff. The lore indeed. Lore indeed. That's what we do here. That's what we do here. I love talking about the lore. I love people getting me on lore tangents. That's why I always ask anyone if they have any questions about the lore, because I want to talk about it. God knows I want to talk about it. The lore is one of my favorite things to talk about. Do we know more about the fauna of Kenshi? The Leviathans, are they natural, for example, or beak things? Are any genetically engineered? Yeah, so I have the running theory that the vast majority of life on Kenshi is not from Kenshi. The only things that I think have a genuine chance of being native to Kenshi are maybe the fishmen, but I think they're lower on my list. Like if I had to scale it, I'd say the fishmen are possibly native, but very low on that list. Garu and Leviathans. I think the Leviathans are the only ones that I could say with absolute certainty, 100% chance they are native. I feel very confident on that. Garu, I'd say it's like 65, 70% chance they're native. And then Fishmen, it's kind of like a 40, 60. Um, Everything else, I think, was either created, genetically altered, or brought here during the colonization process. Um, the Garu were from Morrowind. Correct. Correct. No, I think they were all either brought here or during the colonization process and then either evolved, whether it be naturally or unnaturally through genetic manipulation to, fit the landscape of Kenshi, or as a byproduct of other experimentation. For instance, I think bone dogs and pack bulls used to be normal dogs and normal bulls. And during the Second Empire, when they were trying to create the enforcers, right, earlier on in the Empire, before Catlan went full batshit, when he was still in the early throes of his madness, they were doing genetic experimentation to create the Shek. And so they wanted to create a group of people that were more durable, more aggressive, stronger and all that stuff. And they wanted to do that for a reason. The reason is that they wanted the children that were in the cult of Stobe to be born more aggressive, more prone to violence, so that they would act violent, become more extreme, and then they'd have a justification to crack down on the cult. And so they were experimenting on the kids. Now, I think the Bone Dogs, prior to doing the experimentations that created the Shek, that altered the Shek, I think they tested it out and altered the genes of dogs and bulls to isolate what genes were going to make the offspring more aggressive and more durable. And that's why over the 1,000+ years since the Second Empire's falls, the bone dogs, the pack bulls, and the Shek all evolved to have that bone-like armor, because the experimentation was done first on the bone dogs and on the pack bulls to isolate the correct genes that needed to be altered to produce the results they wanted. And then once they figured out what genes needed to be isolated and needed to be altered, they implemented it on humans. And then they would go on to create, that's how the Shek, the bone dogs, and the pack bulls all, ended up with that same evolutionary change. Because the experiments were done first on dogs and bulls, and then once the genes were isolated, they implemented it on people. And so they traveled down a similar evolutionary path. I think that the gorillas, I think that the land bats, I think that even the beak things, which I'll get into that in a minute. I don't know the full story on the beak things. I just know that there are some interesting aspects about beak things that make me question it. But a lot of them are really reminiscent of terrestrial creatures that we would recognize as earthbound creatures, or creatures from some kind of earthen society, Terran society. And because of that, I find it unlikely that they are native to Kenshi, because like when you look at things like the Leviathan, and you look at like things like the Garu, they look alien. I can't look at a Leviathan and be like, hey, there's a real world equivalent to that. I can look at a gorilla and be like, oh, it's a gorilla that's evolved differently, but it's still a gorilla. I can't look at a Garu and be like, I know exactly what that is. It looks alien. Whereas, a bone dog, a pack bull, a gorilla, a land bat, they all are very terrestrial. And so I think it's more likely that they were animals that were brought during the colonization process, and they either were experimented on or they evolved naturally over thousands of years to better adapt to the environment of Kenshi. I think the only natives are the Leviathans, possibly the Garu, and very maybe the Fishmen. But that's it. Beak things, I don't have a particular answer for the beak things. All I will say for certain is that if you take a beak thing and you look at it from the top-down view, it looks an awful lot like a human face stretched over a skull that doesn't fit anymore. And it looks like the beak is coming out the mouth. It's absolutely horrifying. Let me see if I can find a top-down image of a beak thing. Top-down image of a beak thing, Kenshi. See if I can find one. Chances are low, but no. No, I can't find one. Yeah, next time you see one, zoom up over on top of them and look straight down at their skull. It changes everything. It's horrifying. Horrifying. It looks like a human face with the mouth open and the skin stretched over a skull that doesn't fit, and the beak is coming out the mouth. It's horrifying. Trivia: the costume for the original Alien, the original Alien contained a real human skull in its construction. That's horrifying. That's horrifying. I don't believe there is a single creature on Kenshi that is native, only because the plants we're left with for food and clothes are basically regular Earth plants. But I think all of those things could have been brought over. I think that a lot of those things could have been brought over and like during the colonization process. And the Leviathans look like they could have been originally an underwater species, to be honest with you. The other thing too is we don't know what the landscape looked like during the time of those like large kaiju creatures either. So that could really change things. But no, I think if anything has a chance of being a native creature to Kenshi, it's the Leviathan. I think everything else is rooted in humanity of some kind. So there's that. So the early Shek were just humans with tougher skin, right? Not quite. They weren't. They didn't even have tougher skins. They were indistinguishable from humans. The early Shek were indistinguishable from humans. They looked like humans. They talked like humans. Like they were just human. They looked human. The only difference is that they were genetically, they had a temperament that made them more aggressive and more prone to violence. And because of that more aggressive temperament, they would go on to cause more riots, cause more issues with the cult. Not against the cult, but they were. Let me back up. The enforcers were designed to infiltrate the cult of Stowe because Catlan was afraid that they were worshipping Stowe, another skeleton, and he was afraid they were going to try and usurp him because he's paranoid, right? And so he started tampering with the genes of the unborn children in the cult, right? You know, the women of the cult go to the doctors, they get checked out, and then they have their geneticists perform experimentation on the women while they're pregnant, and it alters some of the genes and that kind of stuff to make the children be more aggressive. And in doing so, the children would come out, be more aggressive, they would join the cult, believe in the values of the cult, and then as a result of that, of the increased aggression from the gene manipulation, they would cause more problems, commit more crime, and therefore justify Catlan and his police force cracking down on the cult. He's basically planting aggressive individuals in the cult. It's like when you go to a protest and the guy that works for the government throws a brick at the police, and all of a sudden it turns from a protest into a riot. It's the same concept that they're basically planting these people, these aggressive individuals, into the cult to justify cracking down on them. But at the time, they looked indistinguishable from humans. But because they had engineered them to be more aggressive, because they engineered them to be more violent, they branched off from the human evolution, the evolutionary path of humans, and created their own species called Shek, right? It's the same way that humans have share a common ancestor with monkeys, but there are still monkeys because our ancestors branched off, and the monkeys branched off into a different evolutionary tree. It's the same way with like tigers and lions. They just branched off into different evolutionary trees based on their environment and the genes that were changed. So Shek look the way they do now as a long-term byproduct of the experiments that were done on them. But at the time of their inception, they looked indistinguishable from humans. Indistinguishable. And the thing is like people are like, oh, that would take so long. Catlan's functionally immortal. He goes insane after a while, but clearly that wasn't something he was worried about. They're functionally immortal. What's 100 years to a skeleton? Look at the skeletons of the Black Desert City. They're still apologizing for the crimes of the First Empire. Time means nothing to the skeletons, not in the grand scheme of things. What's 100 years? What's 5 generations of human experimentation to create these aggressive, children? Like, none of that stuff matters to them. You know, that it's all irrelevant to them. None of that means anything. So, you know, that would be that. I'm sad Crumble John in this playthrough is not a juggernaut. He was a juggernaut in my dwarf playthrough. It's funny. Damn shame. Damn shame. Wasted opportunity. How long until the taxmen show up? 2 hours. I'll be here in 2 hours. I actually don't need these. I do need to go get food. Do need to go get food. No, and I dive into the experimentation process of the call and the justification behind it and like all the ramifications of that in other videos as well. I've talked about it pretty much at length in several videos. But yeah, no, I just the Shek looked indistinguishable from humans. They broke off and turned down a different evolutionary path because of the genes that were altered. And those same genes were altered in things like the bone dogs and things like the pack bull, which is why they went down a similar evolutionary path as the Shek did, where they start growing that bone exoskeleton. And the difference, however, between like bone dogs and humans and Shek, though, is in nature. You know, if you have a dog like the bone dog that evolves to be more aggressive, more violent, and more durable, unlike humans and Shek, the bone dogs will wipe out the competition. They will wipe out the competition. It's just like how if you look at any post like documentary on like what the world would be like if humans just disappeared, within the first like 3 months, small piss and shake dogs and like cats and stuff like that, they're dead, man. They're gone. They're gone. They'll get hunted out. They'll get hunted down by larger dogs, like, you know, larger, more aggressive dogs. They're not meant to survive in a situation like that, and that's probably what happened to the dogs that didn't transition down that evolutionary path. The rotten food can go to the hivers and the juggernauts. That is true. I'm gonna go get more chew sticks. They're cheap, they're affordable, and I can get a bunch of them. I get so mad when I see a pack of bone dogs charging me. They should be embracing me and let me pet them. I agree. I think bone dogs are badass. I personally prefer the less shaggy ones, but you know, it's a visual thing for me. Evolution can drive a species to extinction while still favoring to the bitter end. The most competitive genes last to go extinct. Yeah, I mean, yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And it's, you know, it's just it's really interesting the level of thought that was clearly put into like even those kinds of minute details, that kind of stuff. It's always really interesting to see the inner workings of the mind of Nat and Chris. Give me your chew sticks. Give them all. Actually, yeah, chew sticks are cheap. Just grab those. And while I'm here, see if I can get... No, because I have to pay taxes in a minute. I don't... Gotta be careful. Bone beak things win, Chris. I mean, they kind of already are bone beak things. They have that turtle shell on their back. They kind of have that. Kind of have that. How are you doing? Mixed. A lot of our people are starting to starve. We're gonna have to get that figured out. I've also got to get strength training machines set up back at the base. Is there any chance there's a Western Hive caravan roaming around? Any chance? I don't think I'm gonna get that lucky, but it would be cool. It would be cool. Passive hold block. Always go passive hold block because I don't want some random nonsense to kick off and all of a sudden we die. All of a sudden we're not allowed in the United Cities anymore. But I don't think we're going to be so lucky. You're too smart for me. I'm weak for work. Oh, man. No, man, it's just, I have, I don't know. This is just the kind of stuff that I specialize in, is like lore and stuff like that. It's an area that's always fascinated me. It's writing. It's a combination of writing and science, and referential material. That's all it is. Everything's based in some kind of reference or science. And, you just, you know, you dig through, you comb through until you find what makes sense. That's all. That's all it is. That's all it is. Scorch Lantern bonuses are pretty much the opposite of the Shack. More likely, they're just adapting to the living desert, darker skin, smaller, to consume less food. Yeah, I mean that's pretty much my general thought with the Scorch Lanterns. They're a natural adaptation of humans. They consume less food, which allows them to deal with an environment where food is not quite as plentiful. They have darker skin, so the scorching sun is less likely to damage them. And they're also naturally just have more of a drive to freedom and like those kinds of pursuits, ninjas, freedom, that kind of thing. And I think that's a byproduct of Kenshi being such an inhospitable place where civilization tends not to last very long, and that kind of stuff. So I think they're just the byproduct of Kenshi's tumultuous state in combination with environmental factors. That's all. So I don't think the Scorchlanders are like any kind of genetic manipulation or anything like that. I think the Scorchlanders are a natural. Oh, there it is. First crash of the night. Look at that. It happened. That's all right. That's all right. It does happen that way sometimes. All right, come on. Come on. Come on. There we go. Kenshi, everybody. First crash of the night. It happens. It's Kenshi. We all know it. It's kind of a byproduct of Kenshi. You can't hop into the game without expecting a few crashes. It is what it is. I usually get one a stream or one every other stream. Every so often I'll get 3 or 4 in a row, and that'll really piss me off. But 1 or 2 crashes ain't bad. It ain't terrible. It happens. James, welcome. Finally off work. I see you finally decided to show up, James. Welcome, buddy. Welcome. We'll load back in and all will be well. Or we'll crash again and we'll have to do it 1 or 2 times. Again, these things happen. It's just it's a byproduct of Kenshi. You got to get used to it. I thought Scorchlanders looked that way because Azura cursed them after Vivek broke his oath to Nerifar. That's what it is. You nailed it. You nailed it. Was this... Yeah, this was right before I went to go get food. I suppose. Is there any animals around here I can kill? Maybe I can just start moidroiling some animals instead. Some innocent animals. Probably not, though. Probably not. No. All right, we'll run back to Stout. Back to Stout we go. We're on the road again, and actually, we're gonna send Kenji with us. Is what we're gonna do, because then we can hold more food. We can hold more food. So let's go to Stout. Actually, on the upside, I think reloading fixed our issue of people not wanting to do their goddamn jobs. Which is really good because I don't know if you know this, but for the entirety of the playthrough today, nobody has wanted to do their goddamn jobs. Was wondering if we were going to see the dreaded Crash Monster. Of course we were going to see the dreaded Crash Monster Cosmic. What do you think we do here? We play Kenshi for 2.5 hours. We crash at least once. I have a minor crash out if we crash more than once, and then we finish up around the 4.5 hour mark every time. Everybody knows that. Everybody knows that. Wouldn't be Kenshi if I didn't have the Crash Monster show up at least once. To be fair, John Kenshi is a 1 in a million lunatic who allows himself to get beaten by bandits and strolls through Beak Thing territory every Tuesday. Yeah, we don't fuck with John Kenshi. We don't fuck with John Kenshi. We don't risk it. It ain't worth it. It ain't worth it. What are these stats on these guys? You know what? You know what? Fuck it. I don't even care. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna batter the shit out of them. Kenshi will assist us, and I'm going to batter the shit out of him. Don Tony McChicken needs to blow off some steam. What is Kenshi? What mod is that? That is the Old Ironsides mod by Lord Hapless. He's one of my top enforcers, Kenshi is. Stop hitting my head, you bastards. They keep hitting me in the head. Really fucked up, man. I would have been fine, but they kept hitting me in the head specifically. Specifically in the noggin. Fucked up, man. Get up. Really fucked up, man. They kept hitting me in the head specifically. I can't believe nobody managed this before. Nobody else was strapping themselves to a Fogman pole to upgrade their limbs. I mean, I tried to do that with Beep, remember? And then in the first episode of this series, and unfortunately, he got eaten. He didn't get eaten. He bled out. He bled out. But you know, the point remains. I tried. I did try that. Didn't work, but I tried it. Any of you guys have bounties? Probably not. It always helps to check. No. No. Off to Stout we go. They said you have a great noggin for bonking. That's what it was, too. They looked at me and they said, you know what? Your noggin is looking pretty crisp. Looking pretty crisp. Let's bop that thing. Just like that. The sound it made and everything. All right, we're going to pop on through here. We're going to grab some more food. Now that we're here, we're going to grab that food. We're also going to put ourselves on block, hold, and passive because I don't need to run the risk of getting attacked by this douchebag right here, and then having the entire town turn on me because I assaulted somebody even though they clearly started it. Even though they clearly started it. Get chew sticks. It's good. It's good. It's good. And then I should probably go rest up because, again, I just got bonked pretty hard. Got bonked pretty bad. Pretty bad. I'm going to have you stay outside, actually. Don, you need to go upstairs, man. My lord. Is this your mod list in the description? Yeah. Yep. The Steam collection is the full mod list for this playthrough. And pretty much most of the playthroughs I do, just because it's my Vanilla Plus playthrough. Vanilla Plus mod list. And then there's also a reshade in the description as well. That is my reshade. Again, I'm going to do it again. The reshade turns your game from this to this. From this. This. So, would recommend. That is my my reshade and my mod list. What we doing? Yeah, we're healed up enough. Let's get the hell out of here. Actually, last thing I need to do is check and see if there's anyone here I can recruit. Check for recruits. Mercenaries, no. Another taco because I reloaded, but I don't want another taco. I've got plenty of tacos. Plenty of tacos. We'll take what we got and get out of here. I mostly came here for food anyway. Mostly. That's the whole reason I came here was food. On the road again? Is that? Nope, drifters. Yeah, no, Oh, that's really cool. I didn't know that you already had it. But yeah, no, that's mine. I made it. Over the years, one of the most consistent questions I've gotten was how I make my Kenshi look the way that it is. I've not to toot my own horn. This isn't me trying to be that guy. I've been told by many people, including like my friends that also play Kenshi, that like my Kenshi looks really fucking good. It looks better actually in my long form content because you can see it in full 2K instead of right now where I have to downscale it for the stream. But my Kenshi looks really, really good. And a lot of people have asked me over the years how I made it like look this way. And so I've done like a full, tutorial on like my game settings and all that stuff before. I need to do an updated one. But one of the things that I was using for many, many years was the Suki V2 reshade. But unfortunately, the owner of the mod, I thought, took it down, but it turns out the mod, he actually got, like, it got removed by Nexus, for whatever reason. But the mod was the reshape preset was no longer available. You can't get it anymore. And so I felt bad that like people kept asking me how to make their game look like mine, and I couldn't give them a sufficient answer because it's simply not doable at the moment. And so I kept telling everyone that I was going to make a reshade preset eventually to replace Suki V2. And a couple weeks ago, I finally got around to doing it. I made my official reshade. I spent probably like 6 or 7 hours making it. Yeah, here we are. Here we are. Upgrade. And I'm going to say upgrade. Yeah. Upgrade. We should have a couple. Yeah, get these cactus farms upgraded so we can start making food very, very soon. Actually, we should be able to start making food now, I think. Let's double check at the cooking station, the output here. What do we need? We need water for chew sticks. I think we just need water and cactus. Yeah. We should be able to start making that. What do we need for food cubes? What do we need for food cubes? Bread and green fruit. That's something we're gonna have to work on later. Dust witch. I'm pretty sure we just need bread and cactuses. Yeah. All right. So we'll do chew sticks to start, and then we'll upgrade to dust witches, and then eventually we'll upgrade to food cubes, and then we'll start selling food cubes and meat wraps at Stack. So we're off to a good start. We're finally going to start making food for ourselves though, which is really, really good. Really, really good. I'll just set it for all. Chew sticks, repeat. Chew sticks, repeat. The hardest thing is gonna be water. We're gonna need a lot more water. Need a lot more water. Where do you go to buy the frames for your fridge bots? You can buy them at any place that sells robotic limbs, any limbs dealer, and you can also find them in Black Desert City and stuff like that. But anywhere that sells limbs will also sell frames for your iron sides. I'm glad to see my guys are actually doing their fucking jobs now. We had a real issue for a while of our engineers not engineering, which was mighty annoying. So I'm glad to see they're finally doing their job now. I am going to save it since we are back here. Since we're post crash, so it's always good to save just in case I don't want to crash again. Have to do all that shit again. So we need to assign someone to food. Who is going to be running food now? I think we're going to make it you. I think that Looter is going to be our designated fooder. That was a terrible joke. I'm sorry. That was really stupid. Don't hold that against me. Don't hold that against me. I used to be a programmer and computer science technician before I joined the army. I'm really excited to get back into it. Hell yeah, dude. You fucking do your thing. Do your thing. Do your thing. Make mods. Have good time. Do stuff. All right, we're gonna need to up our water production dramatically. We are not going to be producing enough though as is. We are not going to be making enough as is. Food. Farming. There you are. I don't need water storage. I need to actually produce more water. Yeah, well 2. Tate. Almost. Almost. For another one. I need to maximize the amount of water putting. Because we're only getting 10%. This is not a good spot for it. Is there any crazy fishman lore? Unfortunately, no. Not anything that is certain or that we can really like ascertain from it. They're either natives or the result of experimentation. Both are possible, but there's evidence to both, and so it's hard to really narrow it down because on one hand, they seemingly are like a newer problem. As far as we know, there's not evidence of fishmen being an issue up until recent years, which begs the question: are they natives to Kenshi that came out of the water? On the other hand, um, they are based up in an area where there's an ancient citadel, an ancient first empire citadel that looks like it was used as a lab, and so it also begs the question: were they the byproduct of experimentation during the second empire? Both are possible. We just have no idea. Um, I personally think that it's like a 60-40% chance in favor of being native, but I have no idea. It's hard to say for certain. Hard to say for certain. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. We're making progress, everybody. We're making some serious progress. The next thing we're going to need to do is we need to upgrade our rack. We need a handful of electrical components to do this, but that's okay. We can do. It could be the fish to fishman evolutionary theory. Yeah, I mean, like that's a possibility. Again, it could be that they're natives to Kenshi. They're just now leaving the water, as a result of the water levels, going down and returning to its first, original state. Because I think I've done a pretty good job at this point in several of my shorts that I've put out of kind of disproving the whole Kenshi's dying theory. Um, some people say that the laser in Venge is raising the temperature, but like it's one laser in one area, and you don't see evidence of the laser in Venge causing temperatures to rise anywhere except for the nearby areas, like Shem and stuff like that. And even then, it doesn't add up to me. It just doesn't fit. It just don't fit. It is fitless, I might say. Fitless. Hell yeah. Yeah, water is going to be a huge thing. We're going to need so much water. Water and cactus are going to be like the main export that we have. We're going to need so much cactus and so much water. And in order to do that, we're going to have to make... Yeah. We need more iron plates. We need more iron plates. I need to upgrade this iron refinery for sure. Right now, it is not conducive with what we're trying to do. That is for sure. Not beneficial in the slightest. I think Kenshi's kind of based on Earth. It takes a long time to reach the changes that you showed in the water levels video. Yeah, and the thing is like a lot of people I think underestimate the time frame of Kenshi between the first Empire, Age of Chaos, and the Second Empire. The First Empire could have lasted for hundreds or thousands of years. The Age of Chaos was a nuclear winter that lasted for at least hundreds or thousands of years. It was an ice age brought on by a nuclear winter. And then the Second Empire could have also lasted for anywhere between a couple hundred years to 5,000 years, depending on the timeline and the accounts that you look at in game. Like, we're talking a timeline of tens of thousands of years. That is enough time for the changes that have happened in water level, for water levels to rise, for ice ages to occur, for water levels to go back down, for fauna to change, for people to adapt. Like I feel like some people get the impression that like Kenshi's history is like 2,000 years old. It's not. It's tens of thousands of years old. Minimum 10,000. Minimum 10,000 years. I see no world in which the events of the First Empire weren't at least 10,000 years ago. Like it's crazy, but like I think when you start looking at it in terms of like thousands of years have occurred, it becomes a lot more realistic to like a lot more reasonable. I mean, to view it that way. It's not. This isn't a byproduct of. Oh shit! The Traders Guild is headed here. I need stuff to sell because I don't have 4,000 cats to pay them. Does anybody have anything on them that I can sell? Any weapons or shit that we're not using? Oh, we have backpacks. Shit, why have I not been using those? Rex, you need to actually go give these to Cosmic. So since he's building things, yeah, we're gonna give that to Cosmic. I need you to give another one to Shrike, I believe. Yeah, Shrike. Why have we not been using these? I think I bought them and forgot that I even bought them. Forgot that I even bought them. Good to know. And then we're also going to give one to... well, who else is doing stuff? Do we have anybody that maybe is going to need more of them? Stove. We'll give one to you. We'll give one to you. And you can move more stuff at a time. And then the last one, I think we'll give to... we'll give one to Burn, because even though he does primarily research, he does a lot of like food runs and stuff for us a lot. So. Okay, and then aside from that, we're gonna need to jet over to Stowe and save something. I wonder what was going on in the rest of the galaxy. Maybe every human colony out there got nuked into the Stone Age. That's the other thing. I'm under the impression... So one of two things occurred. Either Kenshi's colony was sent out, and it's a situation where, like, they send out a colony and they go into some kind of, like, sleep, and the journey is, 25, 30 years. It's not a short journey. And they, they go out and they take this long journey. They get there, and then they're meant to be self-sufficient. They're part of the greater empire, but they're not like communicating with the empire in that way. They're not like engaging with them. And then, or the alternative is that they are interconnected, in which case I have another theory for that. So my thought is that they're either not an interconnected, group, and so when the first empire fell apart, like the greater empire is either unaware or abandoned the colony because it's not like they're traveling back and forth, and that's currently a realistic level of space travel in terms of like a civilization that's like a Type 2, 2 on the Kardashev scale, whereas the alternative is that they're a society that is capable of interstellar travel incredibly fast through, gravity manipulation. I'd say wormholes, but like wormholes don't really fit the scientific nature of Kenshi when you like look at all of the other aspects of science in Kenshi. Wormholes don't really fit. They're more in the realm of science fiction. Whereas gravity manipulation to increase the speed of which you're propelling beyond normal limits, because if you increase gravity on a select point, you propel yourself forward by bending space-time, by bending space around you, and by bending space, you'd be inadvertently bending space-time, and you'd be able to violate natural laws by moving faster than the speed of light, because you'd be essentially creating a small controllable black hole underneath you, but not quite a black hole. And that would break down the normal limits of space and time. Anyway, that would allow you to travel faster than light. So if that was the case, then when the skeletons rebelled, they probably rebelled everywhere. And that would have caused the empire to collapse everywhere. Or it's an isolated colony, like I said at the beginning, in which case it's the empire collapsed here. So it's kind of depends on how the travel worked. It kind of depends on how the colony functioned. If the colony was connected to the greater empire, then they're all fucking dead. I have no doubt. If the colony was isolated, which I think is more likely, it was a isolated colony that was not meant to communicate with the greater empire, but was meant to exist independently from the empire for the purposes of resource collection or even expanding out in the stars in general, which I think is more likely than the rest of the empire could very well be out there living their best life. We just we don't know, but that's the explanation for that. A social experiment colony. I mean, yes, but no. It's a very realistic idea that like. A lot of people think that like when we as humans go and start to colonize other planets and other solar systems, that like we're going to be flying throughout them, and it's going to be this like big interstellar journey, and we're going to be able to go to different planets all the time and vacation on Mars. That's really not likely unless you manage to master that level of gravitational technology that I was discussing, um, and be able to produce artificial gravity in that way. The reality is that like when we as a species set up on other planets finally, and we start to expand out into the stars, we will send out colonies. They will colonize these planets, and if they survive, great. If not, we don't know. The point isn't to send people out there and rule over them. It's to expand human reach. And the truth is that many we'll send out 50 colonies. Maybe 2 of them might survive, and we will likely have no contact with them for decades or centuries, if ever again. And the other thing is, with the expansion of the universe and planets and stars getting consistently farther and farther away, eventually, we'll lose contact with all of our closest neighbors. The skies will go dark. The stars will be too far away to send us any proper light. And in billions upon billions of years, our solar system will be isolated from everything else. It is what it is. Thank you for joining. Welcome to the Mad Lads Guild. Thank you very much. I sincerely appreciate it. I'm glad you're enjoying the content enough to do such a thing. I sincerely appreciate it. What an absolute unit. Welcome. Do remember to join the members only Discord. I'm doing a giveaway in 2 days to 2 lucky members of the Discord. But you do have to make sure your Discord is linked to your YouTube. Otherwise, you will not be able to see anything when you join. I have a bot that verifies that like people in the Discord are channel members. So your YouTube and Discord have to be linked. But do join the Discord. So I appreciate the support. Again, I'll never ask for it, but any support I get is always much appreciated. Can never stress enough how much it's appreciated. Aren't galaxies that are moving apart not solar systems? I mean, technically everything's moving apart. Galaxies are moving apart. Solar systems are moving apart. Even the moon is moving away from the Earth. Everything's moving apart. Some slower than others. Things that are closer are moving apart slower than others, but everything is moving apart. Universal expansion, and it's getting faster. There's a pretty prevalent theory that the Big Bang is actually the second explosion. So anyone who's familiar with large explosions and whatnot would know nuclear explosions can act the same way sometimes. There will be a large explosion, and then everything will go out and then compress in, and then a bigger explosion will happen. And there's a lot of theories out there that our universe, the Big Bang that occurred that created our universe, is actually the byproduct of the second explosion. There was a universe before ours that was created, lived, expanded, and then it imploded on itself and blew up. Again with it? Oh, I think it's because every time I import, they reset the timer on the Traders Guild. Good to know. Totally didn't plan that. Yeah. Eventually people will look out and think their own galaxy is all that there is because the light from other galaxies will never reach them. Exactly. Eventually the skies will be black and the only thing you'll see is the light from your own star during the day, and that's it. And by then, mind you, our own star will have been long gone, but Earth and our star will have been long gone, but yeah. That's a theory because of how the universe does not move all at the same speed. Yes, certain things are moving away faster than others, Yeah, it's interesting. Isn't there that one galaxy that's going to collide with Andromeda? Yeah, it's ours. And then there's also there's going to be a really massive explosion that's going to happen in Betelgeuse that will be large enough that it could actually cause suspended daytime in our on Earth. It could cause potentially suspended daytime for a couple of days or a couple of weeks. Because the explosion will be so massive that when the light reaches Earth, it will actually be like a second sun, and we'll have persistent daylight for a while. Not for a long time, but just for a while. Yeah. Crazy stuff, man. Crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. I sounded like Mandark when I did that. I don't know if that was just me, but I felt like I sounded like Mandark. That was weird. Wahaha! Anybody gets that reference? I'm old. Not actually. I'm almost 30, but I guess it's kind of old these days. Fatal use is so late in its life cycle, there's a chance it's already gone supernatural in the world. Yeah, that's also true. The thing is it's hard to tell 100%. It's really... We get signs every couple of years that it might go boom. It might go boom, you know, but... Hero, that theory is no longer in the lead. Quantum theory mechanics plus recent observations suggest multiverse. Oh no, I know that. Did I say that it was a prominent theory? If I said that, I apologize. It's not like the lead theory, but it is a theory. Multiverse is far more likely. Let me clarify on that. Multiverse is far more likely. The idea that we're part of we're a soap bubble in a sea of multiple soap bubbles is far more likely. The idea, I think the most popular and most likely theory is that we are a simulation among many simulations, but that's, you know, to each their own. Observational theory of particles and that kind of stuff shows much more likely that we are part of a simulation, but you know. I may have misspoke and said that it was the most popular, in which case I do apologize. That is not correct. But no, multiversal theory is far more likely. I enjoy the principle of well, I'm not going to get into it too much. That's a bit complex that I don't feel like talking about right now. But no, multiverse theory is far more likely. Far more likely. And multiverse theory on the principle that we're part of a simulated universe is I think, the most likely. Too much of like, observational theory and stuff hinges, like, directs us towards the idea of multiverse theory. I'm not 100% on the simulation theory, but I do love exploring these theories so much. This kind of discussion is so much fun to me. Yeah, dude, this is the kind of stuff my wife and I talk about, like, over breakfast. It's this is you know, this is lore for this for me is lore, but it's real life lore, which is why I love it so much. It's just lore in real life. That's all it is. Lore in real life, and we all know how I feel about lore. Feel a type of way about it. Just real life lore, that's all it is. Real life lore. The observation stuff is absolutely bonkers. Yeah, no, it's crazy. It's absolutely insane. Particles behave differently when they're being observed versus when they're not, which essentially creates the idea that when things are not being looked at, the universe is rendering them at a lower, like, in a different way to, like, conserve processing power. It's the same way that, like, when I'm looking at Kenshi right here, there are numbers running in the background telling, like, saying what's happening in other parts of the map and stuff like that, areas that aren't generated yet, other chunks, but they don't technically exist on the screen until I turn to look at them, right? It's the same way that when you're playing GTA, things that are happening across the map aren't actually happening. When your screen is looking at a direction, everything renders in front of you, nothing behind you exists. And so everything is being run differently. It's being downgraded in order to conserve processing power. And what we've found through observation is that there are certain particles that behave the same way, where when you're looking at them, they'll behave one way. And then when you don't look at them, they behave another. They behave in a way that is functionally simpler, as if conserving processing power, the act of observing them, changes how they behave, which points to simulation theory. It's the idea that the universe is conserving processing power by not rendering things in the same way that it does when we're looking at it. It's crazy. So when you stop streaming, do you stop existing? Yeah, absolutely. I'm a figment of your imagination. I am a complete and total figment of your imagination. I don't actually exist. When I don't stream, I'm not even here. I'm not even here. The man that you know is here in his head is not real. My cousin told me he saw wireframes and tree leaves in the sky for a few seconds. He did mushrooms once. Blue body. He did mushrooms once. It's funny. Oh, man. No, it's crazy, man. It's crazy. Stuff like that is like, I love talking about it. I love talking about it. Again, this is the kind of stuff like my wife and I talk about like over breakfast, which some people think is weird. We've been told that's weird before, but we talk about like this, and we talk about like Bob Lazar and the prospects of alien life and government conspiracies and shit like that. This is the kind of stuff that we talk about like over normal meals. So, funny. It's cool stuff. Just wanted to pop in and support you, brother. Been awake 42 hours. Time for bed. You go to bed. You go to bed. You go to bed. No, listen. We're actually all part of the great dreamer's dream, the Godhead. And the simple truth is that once we realize the truth, we achieve Kim and we zero sum out. That's all. We just start to zero sum. That's all it is. The reason why no one can confirm or deny the nature of the universe is because once you understand it, you zero sum. That's all it is. You achieve Kim. It's funny. A funny idea. Big sleep spoiler. That's what. Yeah. Big. We're spoiling the nature of the universe. Big sleep spoiler. It's yeah. Yeah. That's funny. The tower is I. I am the tower. I am the dreamer, and I am awake. I am the Godhead. It's funny how in Elder Scrolls, achieving godhood is essentially having an ego so large that you can both understand that you are not real and also not really give a fuck. It's like the opposite of ego death. Like, you have to have such a prevalent ego that you're like, I may not be real, but I don't really fucking care. I don't really care. And we lost him. He's gone. Look at that. Gone. We lost alt, everybody. We lost alt. They're gone. My God. What are we doing on farming? We're doing okay. We do need to up growth, though. We need to up growth significantly. I think what I'm going to do... Well, no, because we're gonna need to feed people. Feeding people is proving to be a really difficult task right now. Once we're able to successfully feed ourselves in the long term, things will be fine. Low concept and high concepts are both endlessly valuable and worth respect, but I have a hard time respecting those who get pissy when someone speaks on theories that that are complex. Yeah, I mean, I think that, I don't know, I think that every manner of theory should be looked at with some level of both open-mindedness and skepticism. I think that both are healthy and both should be, equally respected. The universe is constantly shifting beyond our understanding, and everybody needs to be, willing to accept that they don't know everything, I think being okay with being unaware is a big part of being, successful in the long term. And I think that being willing to put aside the things that you think you know in favor of something else is equally as important. It's being open-minded. I think all of those things are very important. Very, very important concepts. Very, very important. Every theory has validity until it doesn't. And even when it doesn't, there's always the chance that new information may be presented. I think that some people get so stuck in their idea of what they think they understand that they are unwilling to waver out of that, and it ends up halting them in the long run from long-term progression. It's the same thing with, like, people are just pig-headed. They don't want to change. They don't want to adapt or grow with the times or anything along those lines. It's the same reason that people tend to have a hard time changing their mind in things like politics or in things like other things. Because for some reason, people have conflated the idea that to change your mind or to be wrong or to realize that you were wrong about something is the same as... is a faux pas on you as a person, as if it somehow looks on you negatively, looks on you negatively as a person for being wrong on something. Define steal me for half a second, stream. You gotta. What do you mean? Like, you need me to hop in Discord, or what do you mean? What doth I mean? Okay. Can I stay on like stream when I do it? Because oh, let me check my DMs. Okay. Let me check my DMs. I gotcha. Okay. Give me half a second. Grant you admin. I can, but it's not going to be right now. Give me like another, I don't know, half an hour or so, and then I will. Yeah, give me like half an hour or so. All right, so now we've got cactus production happening. That's good. Let's try and get a couple more of these upgraded. Any of these close to being done or no? Okay. Doesn't need to be too long. Yeah, but I'm not. I can't interrupt the stream. I can't interrupt the stream at the moment. You gotta give me a minute. You gotta give me a minute, man. We're almost there. We're almost there. I usually wrap up around midnight, so I probably end up going a little bit. Just hang out. Hang out. It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Good. I'm not gonna end, but I also, again, the stream. I'm playing Kenshi right now. Not people don't want to see me hop into Vayne. Chill out. It's fine. It's fine. Take a breath. It's all good. Anyway, any green biome bases outside of Holy Nation territory that you like? Well, I don't base in the swamp because it's Lag City. I almost never base there. I am working on a base in the Burning Forest that I'm working on right now, and I have done a Hiver base in Vayne before. I've done like a hive base in Vayne before that I really enjoyed. I'm trying to think of any other green places that I've set up. No, I think those are pretty much the main two in terms of like green areas. Is Burning Forest and whatnot. I tried building a base in the swamp and it sank. Didn't have time to catch the Vayne stream. Never played it. I will be streaming Vayne again. I probably, this Sunday. I'm not sure. We'll probably, because Sundays are my non Kenshi streams. So I'll probably end up jumping into Vayne then for sure. If you're interested in seeing what it looks like. Hold on. Chateau McChicken. I also have a Vayne stream that I did this past Sunday. If you're interested in seeing what it's like, we crashed cars and talked a lot of shit to each other. So that's kind of how that went. Correct me if I'm wrong. Did Lo-Fi say something about the game porting Unreal Kenshi 1 to Unreal 4 once Kenshi 2 releases? Yeah. So they let us choose. They were like, hey, we can either do Kenshi 2 or we can remaster Kenshi 1 first. They were going to do both, but we got to pick on which one we did. We picked Kenshi 2. Understandably, big brain move, right move. However, they did say that either way, we will be doing both. And after Kenshi 2 comes out, they're going to be remastering Kenshi 1. Either probably not on Unreal 4. They're going to remaster it in Unreal 5 because Kenshi 2 is being made on Unreal 5 now. They ended up upgrading to Unreal 5. Thank you so much for the gifted memberships. What an absolute goat. Absolutely goated. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Goated stuff. Many thanks. Many thanks. Good old satanic hobo. You treat me so good. What an interesting thing to say, by the way. I like if a thing can exist, then it will, and if it exists, then it will have always existed because time isn't linear and it will exist, unless the thing that exists is also a thing that death exists. Yeah, the Schrodinger approach to everything. Yeah. I trust Lo-Fi to optimize the game decently, but I have a sour history with Unreal 5, though I suspect most people do. I trust Lo-Fi though. I do trust lo-fi. You know, a lot of people are hesitant about Kenshi 2 on Unreal 5, but I do trust lo-fi um, to do the right thing, to make the right decision, and to you know, make the game optimized and run well. I don't think they're going to put out like a shiny half-ass product. You know, Kenshi 1 has its issues, but it's not due to like lo-fi putting out a shiny half-ass product. It's a byproduct of engine limitations because Kenshi's engine was out of date 5 years before the game even came out. Which, you know, I think that that could be part of what is causing the game to take so long. You know? Because, you know, they were originally going to do it on Ogre 2, which would have been cool because all of the assets and the code for Kenshi would have been able to port over. They could just, you know, fix it, get rid of the bugs that Ogre engines, the original Ogre engine had on Ogre 2, and then they were like, you know, let's switch to Unreal 4, and then like 6 months later, Unreal 5 came out, and they were like, you know what, never mind, we're just going to do it to Unreal 5. But when they switched from Ogre 2 to Unreal 5, they effectively had to rebuild all of Kenshi from the ground up instead of porting things over, which is part of the reason the game is taking so damn long. Um, so it's you know a byproduct of that. Um, what do Switch 70? We can get a couple, but the chew sticks seem. I expect it'll be fine. Unreal seems fine with devs get time to actually optimize it. Yeah, that's the other thing. The thing that a lot of people I think tend to not really understand, as just as a byproduct of like the way that the problem is approached by like developers and all that kind of stuff, and just generally the public as a whole that don't maybe have the understanding of like how game development works, or which is not a faux pas on them. You know, it's just not something that everybody knows. A lot of times games that run poorly and you know people blame the engine, not every time but a lot of times they'll be like, oh, the engine's bad. It's not the engine that's bad. It's that the game is coded like shit. It's spaghetti code, right? Now, Ogre Engine with Kenshi 1, that was not the case. It was a bad engine. Unreal Engine, I've seen games on Unreal that run very, very well. And I've seen AAA games that were rushed out through a hasty development process with improper, you know, testing that weren't that were created on what were effectively NASA supercomputers and never tested to be optimized for like actual normal functional PCs and all that kind of stuff, and that didn't go through proper testing, that had really subpar coding, and like all of that stuff, and you know deadlines and publisher deadlines and all that stuff. I've seen AAA games, many AAA games in recent years come out on Unreal Engine that run like shit, and I've seen indie games made by one person on Unreal 5 that run absolutely phenomenally, because a lot of the issues with games come down to inefficient coding, spaghetti coding, and stuff like that over the engine being bad. Now there are issues with Kenshi with Unreal 5 for sure, but the word I'm looking for is Electronic Arts. Yeah, literally, the word I'm looking for is EA. The word I'm looking for is BioWare. The word I'm looking for is fucking Bethesda. You know, it's just bad coding. It's lack of testing, bad coding, and that kind of stuff. And I just don't foresee that being an issue for Kenshi 2. I don't. I don't. I believe they said that the map will be 50% bigger on their YouTube channel. Yeah, and so there's a couple of questions about what they mean by 50% bigger, because we know that we're getting new lands, so new continents, new places to explore. Is that going to increase the map by 50%, or did they mean new lands in addition? Because they're also losing land space because of the increased water levels. So I think it's a combination of new continents to explore, and I also think that on Unreal 5, because of the way the engine is, I think they're literally taking Kenshi's map and they're scaling it up a bit. So the land map, like each individual region, will feel bigger. And that makes sense when you think if they're including things like boats, because a lot of the areas that are underwater will need to be literally bigger to make traversing with boats more enjoyable. um, you know, more enjoyable. Food away. Hell yeah. Need to go get Cosmic because he is not getting food. And that is going to be a problem. Grab it from here. Give that man some chew sticks. Oh, don't ditch the resources. Eat the fucking resources, man. Eat the resources. Eat them. Eat them now. There we go. Thanks. Do you think we'll see a behemoth or other massive creature in Kenshi 2? No. No. Kenshi 2 takes place well after the time of the behemoths and the kaiju and all that stuff. I'm sure we'll see new, like, fauna, like monsters, and some of them may be large, but we won't be seeing behemoths. No. Nope. Nope. Probably just, yeah, probably not. Because the behemoths were during the First Empire. Kenshi 2 is taking place at the tail end of the Second Empire. Hungry hippo the yak. No wonder Hero calls him a goat. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. He's a goat. He's a true goat. He's goated. What answers lore-wise do you expect from Kenshi 2? What are you afraid of? I'm afraid of nothing. And I'm excited because we're going to get a clear-cut answer on the origin of the Hybers. We're going to get that finally answered. We're going to understand the true origins of the Hybers. That was revealed. Chris said very clearly we're going to get an answer on that. As for what I'm afraid of nothing. I'm afraid of the game sucking, I guess. But I'm afraid of nothing because the truth is, even if I'm wrong on my lore, I've talked about this in streams several times before, the worst thing that happens if I'm wrong on my lore, any of the theories that I've put out, because the other thing, there's going to be retcons, right? Like, Chris and Nat said in an AMA years ago on Reddit, there will be retcons. We're changing some of the lore for Kenshi. Some of the lore is fluid. There will be changes. So some things may change, And worst case, if some of my videos become obsolete and wrong, if I was incorrect on things, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to slap a big out of date on those videos that talk about those subjects. I'm going to make new content. Or I'm right, in which case I get to make another video being like, hey guys, Kenshi 2's out. We finally have confirmation. The theories that I proposed years ago were correct. There's no downside for me. I'm afraid of nothing. Let it go. I'm afraid of nothing. Either way, I'm going to make content out of it. And again, I have no issue with being wrong. It's all Kenshi right now is purely speculative. I have zero issue with being wrong. Being the worst thing that happens if I'm wrong is I get to make more content. Would you be upset if there were a new continent a la Pandaria in WoW or in the form of a space station or space elevators? I would be upset if it was a space elevator because I think that kind of takes away from the vibe of Kenshi, but I know that it won't be because Chris said that the technology in Kenshi 2 will only be slightly more advanced than we are now. I'd have to accept faux pas. Yeah, I'm okay with that. Again, I'm not infallible, and Kenshi is purely speculative. I could very well be wrong on things, But we know the technology will only be slightly elevated. Now, what if we find another continent that's like Pandaria or anything like that, where it's very like, yeah, I mean, I'm fine with whatever they give. I'm good with whatever they send. Send it. I'm for it. My body and mind is ready. I'm glad and disappointed to hear that. Imagine the terror if you could meet the behemoths. That thing would be really cool and terrifying, though I think no game engine could make a creature that big be an NPC that would roam the world. Yeah, there would be a lot of issues with, a functioning behemoth in the game. It would cause a lot of issues. Even something as simple as the hitboxes would be devastating, but, having boats makes me wonder if we're going to get land vehicles or mounts. I don't know. That'd be cool. It'd be cool. I would like to mount a beak thing, to ride a beak thing. That'd be badass. But we'll see. We shall see. No, I don't think there's anything about Kenshi about Kenshi 2 that would really set me off or make me upset or make me worried or anything like that. And I think that the modding, like Noel said, the modding capabilities for Kenshi 2 are going to be astronomical. Astronomical. The potential for total conversions is going to be crazy. I want to see a continuation of the bending mod. Someone tried to make a mod a couple years ago that gave it may use the martial arts animations in conjunction with range weapons to make earth bending, fire bending, water bending, and all that stuff. I want to see that happen because unlike in Kenshi in the Ogre engine, Unreal 5 has active particle effects. So that means you can see things like blaster fire in a Star Wars conversion, bloom covered lightsabers that actually glow in a Star Wars conversion. You can see things like the ability to use magic and stuff like that. Airbending not mentioned, unsubscribed. Well, in the mod they didn't. I don't think they had airbending in the mod. They only had earth, water, and fire. They ended up discontinuing the mod before they got to airbending. Unfortunately. But like the potential for modding in Kenshi 2 is crazy. The potential for total conversions is crazy. It's gonna be awesome. They did. You just couldn't see it. That's what it is. That's what it was. They did add it. I just couldn't see it. I was blind the whole time. It was there the whole time. It was there. It was actually there the whole time. I just couldn't see it. My tiny little boy brain couldn't see it. That's all it was. You can see Sad Neil in 4K. That's right. That's right. 4K Sad Neil. That's what the people want. Give the people what they want. Yeah, I mean, like, I would love to see a mod as ambitious as Project Catan added into Kenshi 2 with, you know, the enhanced lights and particle effects and all that stuff that we would get out of it. Like, I would love to see that. And we reasonably can. We reasonably can in Unreal 5, which is crazy. Laser fire that causes actual bloom would be fire. Martial arts animations mixed with fire projectiles would be fire. You could make a literal firebender. That'd be crazy. The implementation for potential like magic mods would be crazy. Can you imagine walking into a fight holding like a staff or a wand and just start firing particles out like a ranged weapon? That'd be crazy. And you can't do that in Kenshi 1. You can do that in Unreal 5 though. So I think the modding community is going to be revolutionary by the time we get to Kenshi. By the time we get to Kenshi 2, it'll be revolutionary. It's gonna change the world. It's gonna be crazy. It's gonna change the world. It's gonna be really good stuff. I'm excited about it. Yeah, it's gonna be good stuff. How many nuclear blasts until we get real bending? Not enough, or too many. I don't know how to answer that question without. Yes. Yes. The answer is yes. The answer is always yes. Thick, resounding yes. Alright, good. We're producing good amounts of water. Alright, let's start making some chew sticks. Imagine a direct character control mod. Make it play like Mountain Blade. Yeah, I mean, again, the possibility for modding is going to be crazy, and the implementations of those mods are going to be crazy. We're going to see a lot of things change. It's going to be crazy. It's going to be good stuff. Good stuff. Who are these fools? Oh, more Sand Ninja. Any of them have good bounties? Turn those bounties in. Yeah. Turn in those bounties. Burn. We're going to come over here. Yeah, the possibilities are quite literally endless. And that's one of the things that excites me the most about it. For every issue that people have, for every fear that people have around Unreal 5 being the engine for Kenshi 2, I think there is a equally decent case for why it works, why it just works. Oh, shit. Are we going to lose Burn? I don't know if I'm going to be able to get a skeleton repair kit in time for this. We might be losing Burn, everybody. As Todd Howard said, it just works. We might be losing Burn. Shit. Run, Don. Run as fast as you can. Actually, is he recovering? He might be recovering. I think his chest, even though it's got double bleed and the wound is getting worse, I do think it actually is recovering because he's laying down. Hold on. Nope, it is getting worse. It is getting worse. Getting worse pretty fast now. Okay, he's picking up speed. Burns. I don't have a skeleton repair bed yet. No, I don't. It's been something I've been meaning to get to. I just haven't gotten there. I think we should be fine, though. I'm going to turn this guy in, get some money, go get a skeleton repair kit, and then run back. We should be fine. Don Tony McChicken runs at like 45 miles an hour. We should be fine. Should be fine. Well, I know that. I just don't have the bed yet. We're getting there, okay? I got to feed everybody first, too. I'm still working on feeding everybody. Just haven't gotten there yet. Okay, go get a skeleton repair kit. We'll get a good one. Not one of them shitey lame ones. There we go. And repair. No. Okay, he's going to have to run back, mate. I thought maybe I could just set him to it. Okay, Burn, how you doing? Negative 32. Search away, run. All right, run, 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 run. He does. Burn's been with us since the beginning, man. Since close to the beginning. Not since the beginning, but close to the beginning. Burn's been with us for a while. I think the only person that he probably cares more about for Burn would have been Beep, but Beep, you know, Beep got eaten. So thoughts on Universal Wasteland Expanded? I don't use it. It's not for me. I don't like a lot of those large overhaul mod packs. They're just not for me. I don't have anything against them. They're just not my preference. You know, back in the day, I was really big on like Genesis. I really like Genesis, but that fell off for me eventually too. Just not for me. Not a huge large like overhaul mod kind of guy. What are you doing? Stop carrying Burn. Stop carrying Burn. Well, who the fuck? Shrike, why are you carrying Burn? Put him down. I need to heal him, and you're too busy fucking carrying him. There we go. And Burn's back up and running. We're all good to go. Good to go, everybody. Where's that slave raid coming from? Yeah, okay. So we're going to have to be ready for that. We got a slave raid coming our way. We got a slave raid coming our way. I'll throw you in a cage for now. They're going to try and enslave us. And the response to this is going to be death. Going to be cold, cold death. Electrical components. Do we have any? Or did I use them? Oh, I think I used them. Nope, we have them. Okay. We are going to upgrade our crossbows fast. Because I should have just enough electrical components to do so. So I do. Look at that. Boom ski. Upgrade our crossbows. Get those done. Over here. Build these up. This. Build it up. That's why I created my Vanilla Plus overhaul, like my load order, and put it on the as a Steam collection because I wanted a load order that was going to not deviate too far from what makes Kenshi, right? Like I wanted things that added to the vanilla feel but still felt inherently vanilla. I didn't want it to it'll change things too much. Hell yeah, we're just gonna start picking away at them. Some of them clip through, that's fine. Don, you go ahead and take them down. Take them down, everybody. Those slavers come our way. Oh, no, no. I'm gonna bop the shit out of them. Infinite Wing Wang is down. That makes sense. Burn's fighting. He's doing burn things. We're taking a bit of damage, but that's fine. We'll be fine. We'll get through it. See these guys up on the gate attacking? Yeah, there's a couple of them up here. Yeah, we'll be fine. These guys don't stand a chance against us in the long term. Don Tony McChicken will accept no inferiors. They keep bonking him, though, and that's kind of shit. That's kind of fucked up. They do keep bonking him, and that's not right. Cosmic, he's crushing it over here. Even while hungry, he's still crushing it. And with a weather penalty. Very good stuff. Woo. Oh shit, they broke through my wall, the rat bastards. They sieged my walls. It's not fair at all. Can't believe they sieged my walls. What the fuck? Oh, and then you got Stacy the Fist out here just soloing. Getting turned into a pincushion while doing it, but she's out here holding off all of their archers, basically single-handedly for a while. My lord. Oh, yeah, yeah, they can break walls. It doesn't, the AI doesn't usually push them to break walls, but they can do it. They can do it. My god. Yeah, oh yeah. Wall sieging is a thing. It doesn't happen very often, but it does happen. These archers are the last real issue that we're facing. Honestly, not a bad siege. Not a bad fight. They really tried. They really tried. They broke through our wall, quite literally. And like, they funneled in. They didn't do a half-bad job in trying to siege us. Yeah. I love... As annoying as it can be, I do love when they break through the walls because it does make it feel like a proper siege. It does make it feel like a proper siege. Yeah, they broke through my walls. Bastards. Looter Simmons over here is, he's working that fucking pole arm. But, Cutter's over here, too. Yeah, I mean, some of our guys are in pretty rough shape. I don't think anyone's dying, per se. I just think many of us are in bad shape. Yeah, many of us are in bad shape, but no one's dying. Clem just got fucked up, unfortunately, and lost a weapon. Why did they lose a weapon? Oh, it's because they tried to enslave him. That's fucked up. Where are my weapons? Messed up. Do you see that shit? They tried to take my weapons. I hate that. Where's my bonker? I need a bonker. Something to bonk with. Take the club. That's messed up. They tried to enslave me. Who would have thought that the slavers would try to enslave me? Ruka fighting even right to the bitter end. All right. Yeah, that's bad. That was bad. Do some first aid. Get everybody up and running. Slave raid has ended. Yeah, I mean, what a mess. That was actually a pretty intense raid. They really tried. Wing Wang, come out here and get some ammo, man. You need ammo. Ammunition. What do you use? You use a standard. This is a high. Yeah, you can have that back. That's fine. I'm also gonna take your backpack because fuck you. Fuck you. I'm also gonna steal your backpack. I'm gonna take a couple of your backpacks actually. What am I doing? I'm oh damn. You see how they just fucking they just bopped him. They bopped him good. What are you doing? You're getting bopped, obviously. Everyone gets a backpack. You get a backpack. You get a backpack. Everyone gets a backpack. Mid-fight enslavement by Sun Tzu, right? They've clearly studied the art of war. Tremble John, come get your industrial blade back. Are there any other weapons they tried to take from us? It looks like they clearly bopped a few of us and not like tried to take our weapons. So I think Crumble John's the only one that they tried to actively enslave mid-fight. Either that or, well, I don't know. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. You good? You're good. You're good. You're good. 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 Yeah, I think Crumble John and maybe the Paladin there are the only ones they tried to actively enslave mid-fight. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. So, yeah. Goddamn. They broke our walls. They tried to enslave us. That's really messed up. Really messed up. We need to get the Don in here to rest up. That's what we need to do. How would Kenshi 2 add super small chance for paralyzing injuries? Just total full body disability without like a hyper extensive skeleton spine cybernetic. I don't know. I guess they can make it like a status chance. Like I'd like to see like decaps and stuff like that, but you know, I guess it would have to be like an RNG thing based on with like a dependent status effect to kick in. Or like a critical system where like if you hit a limb to a certain critical, they enslave the Sand Ninja. They're leaving with someone. It's just not any of us. Funny. If you hit a limb within a certain like with a critical or something, it can result in you know a specific type of injury. Like a decap or something like that. So I'm sure they could figure something out. Offhand, though, I don't think I could. I don't think I have an idea of how they could get it to work. But I'm sure they could think of something. Looter, get over here and start making food. We need food, man. We need food now. 0.02 chance to yell youch during the healing and alert gentle beak things. Literally, yes. That's what it is. That's what it is. Percentile chance of accidental beak thing. All right, Rex, get up. You're fine. Oh my god, yeah, we're in such bad shape right now. We need food so bad, and they kind of just fucked us on that. When's the next tax? Coming 2 days? Yeah. I mean, we survived that, but oof, man, oof. That was not great. Not great at all. Put them all down. Put them all down. How fast is Don moving? 30 miles an hour. I mean, he's still moving at a decent speed, but he could be going faster. We need food, something serious, though. Yeah, we're gonna have to make another food run. Another food run. For sure. How's Burn doing? He's alright. He'll be fine. It's just a flesh wound. On the flesh that Burn doesn't have. Just a flesh wound. I'd like party members dissenting against the party members. Maybe that's a bit off kilter for Kenshi. I think maybe not dissenting against them, but I do think it would Hold on. I do think it would be cool to actually be able to have your characters fight against each other to train up stats. I think that would be really cool. And I think you should be able to build like mats where you can initiate non-lethal combat with each other. Where like once you get to a certain point, it'll go to knockout, and knockout, not death, and they'll just get knocked out and be able to train each other up a bit. I think it would be interesting, and it'd also be helpful later in late game to help recruits training. Sparring would be fantastic. So do you ever use prison recruitment to stock up on skeleton guards from the Black Desert Ruins? Yeah, usually in the later part of the game. That's actually what I'm gonna probably end up be doing on the dwarves playthrough to stock up on constructs. But I usually do it in the later part of the game. Just because they're a tougher enemy. So more chew sticks, please. Put you over here, and there's another. Get the Don back over here. Imagine running this fast IRL would be terrifying. Imagine tripping. Yeah, especially tripping in the desert. It would not be good. It would not be good. Or tripping on asphalt, would be probably worse. But I don't think any tripping at 40 miles an hour would be good for anybody. I don't see any world in which that's pleasant. I don't see any world in which that's pleasant. We are going to have to repair this wall eventually, but right now the main concern is getting everybody healed up. Or at least, functional again. We need to get food over to Cosmic. He's currently starving. He's starving real bad. Cosmic is starving real bad. Another thing on my Kenshi 2 whitelist is regular bows, just drawing loose. That would be cool. That would be really cool. That would be really cool. Max for you. Strike down. Fine. Alright, everybody's getting healed up now. Doing robotics on Kenshi. Yeah, we're doing good. We're doing good. Wall's repaired now. Oh, look, the Sand Ninja are here. Son of a bitch. Oh, no, the Blood Raiders. No, that's not as bad. Close the gate. Deal with a couple of them inside, and then shoot the rest. They do call him the two-time. Oh, shit, two-time Joey's missing a leg. That sucks. He can't work a turret, I'm pretty sure, if he's gotten a leg. I mean, we were gonna make that happen eventually anyway, but now it's worse. My lord. And the Sand Ninja. We got Blood Raiders, we got Sand Ninjas, we got Slave Raids. My lord. Do we have another Slave Raid coming up? Is that gonna be a thing again? Nah, it looks like we're okay in that regard. We do need to get stuff to sell, though. That is for certain something we need to work on. I feel like I'm just constantly running back and forth to Stout while we're trying to get this stuff up and running. Norky's fucking unconscious. Someone's got to go pick her ass up. She's unconscious right now. That's great. Yeah, I feel like we're just constantly running back and forth right now. We're not even really doing anything worthwhile. We're just running back and forth. Which is like, it's sort of okay. Oh shit, this is a robot Sand Ninja. I will be getting you for sure. We need a skeleton for sure. So I'm going to pick your ass up. Because we can use the skeletons on the walls, and we can put some of those guys to work too. Repair him. Keep him from bleeding out. That'll be fine. All roads lead to Stealth Archer. That's true. Get 4,000. That'll sell nice. That'll sell nice. We're gonna pick you up. We're gonna talk to you. Oh right. Hold on. I gotta take his weapon first. You have a bounty of 4,000 cats, which we are going to wholeheartedly hang on to because we're gonna turn that in for sure. I was originally hesitant to do so, but like I was considering potentially recruiting them, but we need the money more. We need the money more. I am gonna recruit this skeleton here, but that is something that I'll do when I get back. All right, recruit more. Not recruit. Steal more from these these slavers here. We have a lot of things we need. How does the prisoner recruit mod work? So you have to basically remove their weapons from their inventory. Firstly, they won't even talk to you, and then you talk to them. And then after you talk to them, you have to, if you have the one with dialogue, which is what I prefer because it's more realistic, you have to follow a sequential line of dialogue as well as sometimes get specific items or have a specific amount of money on hand to pay them for their services. And you can use, and then you can convince them to join your side. There is one that doesn't have dialogue, but I find that one's kind of cheap. So I tend not to use that one. I like a degree of challenge involved with it, so I like to have the dialogue. And then sometimes it's luck based. Like sometimes you can pick the right options and still not get a good response because there is a degree of RNG. So there's that. I'm mostly right now looking for the ones that had those maces. Big ass maces. The skeletons. I gotta give the skeleton a fighting chance because what is it? I can use them as turret guards, perpetual turret guards that I don't ever have to worry about like starving because sometimes turret guards will refuse to get off the turret and they'll literally stay up there until they starve. I don't have to worry about that with skeletons though. So I like to use skeletons as turret guards. All right, I think I've got enough stuff on me plus this body that I can go get some money. I need food. I need a lot of shit. I need good food. What else do we need? We need fabric. Slap a skeleton head on a corpse for a body horror party member. We'll go back here. We'll turn this guy in. We'll sell off all those weapons and stuff that we got. And we will pick up a couple of things. I need electrical components. And I need electrical components and I need fabric. Those are the two things that I require at this current moment to like move forward. Because then we'll be able to make more beds so we can have our guys heal up faster, obviously. I need food because our guys need food, and I need electrical components so I can upgrade our research bench even further so we can get some of the later stuff that is going to help us out, like hashish production and shit like that. So hopefully between everything that I'm about to sell, we should get maybe not a large amount of money, but a chunk of change. 4,000 right there, not bad. We're going to go into here because I'm actually going to buy ration packs this time instead of chew sticks. It'll last longer. I'm going to sell off, oh shit, fencing from the slaver guards, so I'm going to have to be careful about what I'm selling. These are 45% chance of not being taken, which is a little risky. So, that in mind. Alright, so we've got some ration packs that'll keep us fed for just a little while. And there's got to be someone around here that I can sell to that's not going to give a shit about what weapons get. Triangle Bandit Assault. Oh my, really can't win, can we? 45% chance. All right, fine. We need to go to the Shinobi Thieves. So we're headed to, we're headed to Henge. Don should be able to get to Henge, sell this shit off, and then get back there before the Triangle Bandit Assault starts. Since we literally can't catch a fucking break. We're on the move again. That's the Triangle Bandits. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, there's the Triangle Bandits that are about to head towards our base. I wonder if I can kite some of them. Don's pretty fast. He'll outrun them. What's up, bitches? Come on. Fight me. Eat me. Beat me. Whip me. Make me feel cheap. Come on. Yeah, that's right. Follow the Don. Follow the Don. Who are you? Tech Hunters? Follow the Don. Come on. There you go, stupid asses. We're going to go over to the Tech Hunters, and you're going to fight them instead. Yes. Just kite them away from the base. Who needs to have them raid the base when I can just kite them to the Tech Hunters? And then, unironically, have them fight the Tech Hunters, and then if they kill the Tech Hunters, I can just loot the Tech Hunters. Loot their unconscious bodies. Yes, come on. Follow the Don. There you go. Nice. And then Don will fight one or two of them as the stragglers come in. That's so funny. Kind of a dick move, but, you know, it's fine. It's fine. Cosmic, thank you for coming in, as always. I appreciate you stopping in, my friend. You have a good night. We'll kill the stragglers, but we'll let the Tech Hunters deal with the rest of them. Probably. That roll was smooth. That was a smooth roll. Nice. Sell. We're just going to circle around for a bit. Let the Tech Hunters deal with that. Just circle around for a bit. Something very upsetting about getting Black Ops 7 ad during Kenshi's stream. Hey, gamer, interrupt your cool stream for slop, literally. Literally. Alright, so they dropped the Tech Hunters. Unfortunate. However, it does, you know, propose an interesting situation in which we might be able to find ourselves some more things to sell. That. Ooh, an eye patch. Take that too. We'll take that. Like that. That's good. Oh shit! They dropped Don. Alright, it's fine. Take his backpack off. They're not going to enslave him, they just knocked him out. Fine. They hit him in the dome is what it was. But we don't have to worry about the Triangle Bandits raiding our base anymore because, spoilers, the raid got interrupted by me, Tech Hunters, and now the United States. Oh, and mercenaries. Stunning. Stunning stuff right there. Stunning stuff. Stunning stuff. Almost no chance of stealing these things, which makes sense. Pull around. Pop on over here. Let this play out. Let this play out. Wait for everyone to leave. And then we'll swoop in, grab a few more fun things to sell on the back end from the bodies. We're just gonna wait. We're just gonna wait. Actually, I'm not gonna wait. It's taking too long. All right, to henge it is. I dealt with the vast majority of the force that was coming for our base, so I don't think I have to worry about it. Jesus Christ, the skimmers around here are out of control. There's a lot of skimmers. You see that shit? They're everywhere. My God, they're like rats. They're like tiny cab drivers. Oh man, I just realized the potential for Kenshi 2 getting modded into a super depth MIL sim, military sim RTS. It's kind of hype. Hell yeah, dude. It's gonna be great, dude. Kenshi modding is gonna be fire. I am beyond hype for the potential of Kenshi 2 modding. It's gonna be fire. It's gonna be absolute fire, absolute fire. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna head up here. I'm gonna grab, sell off this stuff, and then I think I'm gonna end the stream after that. I've noticed the last couple of minutes my commentary is starting to slip, and I think it's just because I'm getting tired. I'm having a hard time like continuing to engage, and I'm almost certain it's just because I'm getting tired. What zone am I most excited to see? I want to see the Sten Desert. The ground texture for the Sten Desert is, if when you look at it, it's actually a bunch of concrete and rebar. When you look at it at with maximum like texture settings on, it's not like rocks or anything like that or mountainous. It's concrete and rebar. And so what I want to see is what the Sten Desert looks like during the Second Empire when things were maybe a little bit less destroyed. Still probably destroyed because a lot of that rubble is First Empire rubble, but I want to see what it looks like when it's less destroyed. Oh, are we not friends with them anymore? Oh, we're not friends with them anymore. Right. Okay, shit. That's fine. We can go into this bar here. Is the garçon of this establishment? There they are. Business, 45 on those. That's fine. 100 on you. 100 on that. 100 on that. I'm going to keep the eye patch because I think it looks cool. Sell the toothpick bolt. Still 45 on these. I need to... Yeah. Sucks. Can't sell those. That's most unfortunate. Alright, well, we need to get fabric then. I can sell them to the Shinobi Thieves, but they're not going to sell to me right now because I apparently am not friends with them anymore. I think during one of my imports I may have accidentally reset relations, which is unfortunate. But, you know, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Alright, then we're gonna cut back to these boys and see how they're doing with these triangle bandits. It shouldn't be too bad. The vast majority of them died outside. Yeah, this was pitiful. There was like 5 of them. Okay, well, with that being said, everybody, I think we're in a good position to save it and wrap it up for the evening. I will be doing the dwarves tomorrow, and then on Thursday I'll be playing Baldur's Gate 3. So I'll be doing dwarves tomorrow night. Another Kenshi stream. Woo! We're gonna see King Vashu continue to expand his empire and you know, retake their ancestral homeland. So. Good stuff. Good stuff. As always, everybody, I appreciate your time. Thank you for hanging out with me. Thank you for any support you've given me, whether it be monetarily, whether it be, you know, through liking the stream, whether it be whatever it is. You know, thank you for any support that you guys give. As always, remember to use your powers for good instead of evil. Make a difference in someone's life. And I need to up my caffeine intake or something. I didn't have enough today, clearly. It was a lighter day. But yeah, no, Thursday, Baldur's Gate 3. I'm doing episode 2 of my Drunken Orc playthrough, The Tale of Garuk. So I'll see you guys then. I'll see you guys tomorrow, actually, for my dwarves. But I'll see you Thursday as well. So good fun, everybody. Thank you much.